Chapter 222. In the void ocean, the demonic god was hovering in midair with a red fishing rod condensed from his blood and chi. Looking at the blue sky, the deep ocean, and the occasional chirping of seabirds, the demonic god was elated. This was the first time he felt that happiness was so simple. As the fishing rod shook, the demonic god was delighted. Although he could catch fish easily, he was enjoying the beauty of the world. Naturally, he did not want to use such a violent method. He enjoyed fishing very much. Looking at a red spiritual fish leaping out of the water, the ripples it created sparkled under the sunlight. The demonic god smiled happily. He was about to reach for it. Suddenly, a huge black shadow that covered 1,000 meters appeared on the surface of the water. As the demonic god was stunned, a huge creature leaped out of the water and swallowed the red spiritual fish. It also bit off the fishing line that he had condensed with his blood and chi. Boom! The huge fish leaped into the water again, splashing waves all over the demonic god. What the F***CK, seeing the huge shadow on the surface of the water slowly fade away. The demonic god felt his negative emotions surging. "I'll beat you to death!" Accompanied by the demonic god's roar, he leaped into the water and chased after the huge fish. Watching Emo Xiaoxin leave on his private specter ship, little Pomelo and Murphy were a little depressed. "Murphy, do we really have to look for all the players with Xiaoxin in their names?" "There's no other way. This crayon Xiaoxin didn't leave any clues. We can only test them one by one," Murphy sighed helplessly. Emo Xiaoxin heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the two of them leave. He had really escaped from the jaws of death this time. If they really targeted him, Emo Xiaoxin felt that he might as well stay in the safe zone. After all, Senior, who he was a good role model, his future was going to be miserable. Thinking of this, Emo Xiaoxin wiped the sweat off his forehead and felt lucky. The specter ship drifted away with the ups and downs of the waves, gradually approaching the void ocean. Emo Xiaoxin took out his fishing equipment from his channel and was ready to start his daily routine of carrying bricks. What Emo Xiaoxin did not notice was that there were two figures squatting on the top of the mast beside them. They glanced at Emo Xiaoxin from time to time, their faces full of suspicion. Murphy and little Pomelo had initially given up, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was amiss. The assassin's intuition told them that this person was very suspicious, so they decided to observe him for a while longer. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. However, after following it for half an hour, the two of them did not find any clues, which made them even more confused. After pondering for a while, little Pomelo turned on the live stream. Since the two of them couldn't identify the person, they would gather the strength of the forum players to identify the person. Soon, a post appeared on the official forum. "My intuition tells me that he's Crayon Shinchan. Does anyone have a good way to identify him?" "Peppa Boar, the bounty killer, has finally backstabbed the cancer of the forum. Good luck, laughing emoji. Shueli _ the _ strongest. Based on my experience of reading Crayon Shinchan's comments over the past few months, you guys can ask him a question to test him. If he goes back on his words, just kill him. Watermelon _ Taro. There should be a reply from Crayon _ Shinchan soon. If there isn't, then plus 50% suspicion. A big wolf dog. My sharp sense of smell tells me that he is. Assassin's Creed, he's too good at hiding. If you really want to look for clues, it'll probably be very difficult to find them in the game. However, his personal characteristics are also very obvious, which is that he's a bicker, so you can only start with that. Cheated of 8,000 renminbi. That's not easy. He's not stupid. He won't dare to argue with you guys. The only way is to wait for him to open the forum. Take a closer look. There are IDs on the forum." The players on the forum began to discuss how to identify if this person was Crayon Shinchan. However, under normal circumstances, Crayon Shinchan would appear quickly upon encountering such posts. But now he did not appear on the forum to mock everyone for overestimating themselves, which aroused everyone's suspicions. However, there was always a chance. He definitely couldn't directly confirm that this person was Crayon Shin-chan. What if something happened to happen today? Hence, everyone once again started a heated discussion. Various methods of probing were proposed, and some players even shouted the slogan, "It's better to kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go." It could be seen how much hatred everyone had for this forum's contrarians. After reading the players' replies, little Pomelo nodded and began to carefully observe Crayon Shin-chan. There was one thing that everyone agreed on. It was impossible to identify whether this person was Crayon Shin-chan in the game, so they could only start from the forum. Hence, the two of them squatted in the air and began to carefully observe Mo Xiaoxin below, waiting for him to open the forum panel so that they could find the key clues. Below, Mo Xiaoxin, who was holding a fishing rod, had his back to the two people in the sky. His forehead was full of sweat. Damn it, luckily I'm smart enough to spend a lot of money to max out my detect skill. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you guys. Mo Xiaoxin, who was below, pretended to be calm and refused to open the forum. He held the fishing rod and looked at the boundless sea, as if he was enjoying the scenery. This made Murphy and little Pomelo extremely depressed. Why was it so difficult to look at the forum panel? After a battle of wits and courage that lasted for 3 hours, the two finally couldn't stand it anymore. They descended from the top of the mast and appeared beside Mo Xiaoxin. Bang! The sound of landing was heard. Mo Xiaoxin pretended to be shocked and quickly turned around. It's you guys? Why are you on my boat? Just passing by, Murphy said coldly. Who are you trying to fool? We're surrounded by the boundless sea. Why don't you try to act like you're passing by? Mo Xiaoxin wanted to give him a hard time, but he resisted the urge. Isn't that inappropriate? I've already said that I'm not Crayon Shin-chan. Why are you still following me, secretly? I'm really sorry, Crayon Shin-chan. Little Pomelo said apologetically. Mo Xiaoxin raised his hand when he heard that. Don't try that. I'm really not Crayon Shin-chan. Don't test me. You're still too young to try to trick me. Mo Xiaoxin was proud of himself. Then there's nothing more to say. Open your forum to prove yourself, Murphy and little Pomelo said as they took out their daggers. Why should I open the forum? I don't like the forum, and I haven't registered an account there. Mo Xiaoxin's expression changed when he heard that he had to open the forum. Then register an ID on the spot. You won't lose anything anyway. Moreover, the forum ID is tied to your account. This will definitely prove your innocence. Seeing that Mo Xiaoxin's forehead began to sweat, the players who were watching the live stream suddenly became excited. Watermelon_Taro. Wow. It seems that we've found Crayon Shin-chan. This is exciting. Eat melon. Eat melon. A_large_wolf dog. Kill him quickly. I'll wait for him in the safe zone. Smirking emoji. Shuali_ the strongest. Ha ha ha, looking at the changes in his facial expression. He really seems to be Crayon Shin-chan. Invincible_loneliness. Who was the one who said that he had jumped out of the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements? It's impossible to find him with the strength of mortals. Laughing emoji. The players were discussing among themselves, and they had basically confirmed that this person was Crayon Shin-chan. Murphy and little Pomelo also smiled as they placed the daggers in their hands on Mo Xiaoxin's neck. Looks like it's you. But at this moment, a figure appeared in the live stream. Crayon Shin-chan. Stupid mortals, I said that I've jumped out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. You can't find me. Why don't you believe me? Laughing emoji. Crayon Shin-chan. Looks like I'm about to kill someone. Eat melon +1. Laughing emoji. Crayon Shin-chan. Do it, or else I'm going to eat. Exasperated emoji. His appearance left the players in the forum dumbfounded. It was impossible for the ID name to be repeated. Since Crayon Shinchan had appeared here, the person in the game was definitely not Crayon Shinchan. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Little Pomelo and Murphy were also dumbfounded. Looking at Emo Xiaoxin's frightened expression, they were speechless. If you're not Crayon Shinchan, why don't you just open the forum to prove it? Why make it so complicated? Not only is it a waste of time, but it's also a waste of emoji. The two of them sheathed their daggers and bowed again to apologize. Emo Xiaoxin, on the other hand, let out a long sigh of relief. This time, he felt that he was smart because he had already figured out what was going on. Just half an hour ago, he specially contacted his mother, who was playing Battle Online next door, through his friend list. He asked her to come to his room and enter the forum through the computer that was already logged into his account. If it wasn't for this precaution, he felt that he would not be able to escape this disaster. Sure enough, intelligence was a good thing. Villains without it had to die. Then, can you leave now? Emo Xiaoxin, who had already regained his confidence, asked the two of them impatiently. No, although you're not Crayon Shinchan, we suspect that you're one of the haters in the forum. Open the forum for us to see. Maybe you're also on the bounty list. Even though he had already apologized, Murphy and little Pomelo had no intention of letting him go. Emo Xiaoxin was instantly dumbfounded. Just when Emo Xiaoxin was at a loss of what to do, Murphy and little Pomelo flashed their daggers again. The boat suddenly tilted and slid to the right. The few of them quickly stabilized themselves and held onto the edge of the boat to prevent themselves from falling into the water. In their vision, the surface of the water quickly protruded into a huge semicircular water screen. Then a huge fish head broke through the water screen and grew larger in their vision. A fish, a huge fish, a super huge fish. Seeing this gigantic monster, the three of them and the players who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. They were all familiar with this fish. It was the overlord of the void ocean, Tao Wu. However, what surprised them was that there was another creature in Tao Wu's mouth. It was a boy with crimson hair and skin. They found it unbelievable that he could withstand Tao Wu's bite with just his physical strength. Ah! Accompanied by the crimson-haired boy's roar, the huge body of Tao Wu was pulled out of the water bit by bit. "Give me back my fish!" the crimson-haired boy roared angrily. Tao Wu did not answer but continued to struggle. This seemed to have angered the crimson-haired boy. He turned around and flung Tao Wu towards the surface of the sea, stirring up a huge wave that was hundreds of meters high. Emo Xiaoxin and the other two were hit by the huge wave with a shocked look on their faces. The boat fell apart and they were also slammed into the water, spinning in the tumbling sea. They struggled to swim to the surface of the sea, but before they could reach the surface, they were slammed into the water by the huge wave again. This time they were knocked unconscious. Until death, they did not know what had happened. It seemed like the quarrel was triggered by Tao Wu owing them a fish. Chapter 223. The battle between Tao Wu and the demonic god had attracted the attention of the players. In order to find out what was going on, a large number of players set out to capture first-hand information. At this stage of the game, there were many media organizations. Naturally, they wouldn't want to miss such a report. However, the scope of the battle was far beyond Lu Wu's expectations. The demonic god and Tao Wu were almost indestructible. The storm that they set off in the void ocean had affected many forces. Among them, the ones who were affected the most were the Death Calamity. At the border of the void ocean, the players' warships were docked there. The players took out their binoculars, turned on the recording function, and began to watch from afar. However, apart from the spectators, there was an even more powerful force that had joined the battle. It was the Death Clan. As the Abyss Clan, they didn't care whether it was Tao Wu or the demonic god. They would devour any creature that appeared in front of them. Therefore, this group of ants in the eyes of Tao Wu and the demonic god started to harass them from all directions. The players were overjoyed. At this stage, except for a few major guilds, no one dared to step into the void ocean. This was because the Death Clan occupied the interior of the Void Ocean. Not only were their numbers terrifying, but they were also extremely powerful. However, these overconfident people dared to challenge Tao Wu and the demonic god. This was a delightful scene. As Tao Wu and the demonic god rolled around, the Death Clan along the way were all crushed into powder by the energy impact. The ocean was dyed black. Watermelon_Taro. This is going to be a good show. Fight. Fight to the death and destroy the Death Clan. A_large_wolf_dog. Actually, I'm more concerned about who Crayon_Shinchan is. I thought I could have my revenge today. Crayon_Shinchan replied to A_large_wolf_dog, patting the dog's head with a smile. Dog Night Charge. JPG 173 Media Department. Exciting. I'm writing while watching. Exciting. Shanghai Media Department. This game is really awesome. The world structure doesn't revolve around the players at all. The whole world has its own system. Just like this battle. Exciting. Shuali_the_strongest. Don't you guys sleep? Why are you here watching Godzilla fight Ultraman? Slams table. Count me in. _cheated_8000_in_online_love. I have a bold idea. Can we go and kill them when they are in critical condition? At the bottom of the sea. The Sea King, who was wearing a black armor full of spikes, opened his black eyes. After such a long time, the sea should have accumulated enough combat power. It's time to take revenge. Hee, you're really suitable to be one of our clansmen because you have the desire to destroy everything in your heart. At that moment, a black frog jumped onto the Sea King's shoulder. Shut up. The Sea King impatiently slapped the frog off his shoulder, then lifted his foot and stomped on it. You, Pudgy! With a sound, the black frog was trampled into black mist. It slowly floated up and then condensed back into its original form. Mu-hai, you should know that your strength belongs to me. Without me, you are nothing. The voice of the black frog became gloomy. Is that so? The Sea King took out the Death's light wheel, Mu Zhiguang's weapon. The black frog was horrified. If you're not here, won't you be mine? As the Sea King grinned hideously, the sacred weapon of death, which he had never been able to control, began to glow and absorb the black frog. Let me out. How dare you betray me? An angry shout came from the light wheel, but the Sea King only smiled disdainfully. Although he could not kill the source of the Death Clan, he could completely imitate Mu Zhiguang and seal him after he had mastered the power of the Death Clan. Without the King of Death, who was in charge of everything, the power would naturally belong to him, including the Death Clan. Looking at the spiritual bodies of the Death Clan that were still floating out of the seal, the Sea King was excited. He suddenly swept toward the sea. He had been waiting for this battle for a long time. It was time to start. With excitement, the Sea King quickly floated toward the sea. After leaping out of the water, his body was suspended in the air. He opened his arms and looked up at the moon. Evil people of the Death Clan with me! Bang! An energy shockwave came from afar and sent him flying. After stabilizing his body in the air, the Sea King immediately turned around angrily to see who had sneaked up on him. However, the scene in front of him left him dumbfounded. The sea was dyed black, and there were torn bodies of the monsters of the Death Clan everywhere. It looked like a shuraba. Who did this? The Sea King was so angry that he could not help but roar. At this time, the surface of the water was boiling. Then, Tao Wu's huge body leaped from the water and drew a half-moon trajectory in the air. Its tail fiercely whipped the Sea King's body and slapped him into the water. Walala, walala! The spectators who saw this scene from afar began to applaud in unison. Good. Let him be arrogant. Cool. Full marks for this attack. Ha ha ha, isn't that the Sea King? What is he trying to do when the gods are fighting? Why is he so arrogant? The spectators jeered. Some even took out tablecloths and ingredients to cook on the spot. They looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. At this time, dozens of warships came from the north. Among them, the super warship was the most eye-catching. This made the players on the original server immediately vigilant. Don't be nervous, everyone. We saw your live thread on the forum, so we came to watch. Li Xing shouted in the regional channel. The players were stunned when they heard this. However, Li Xing and the warships of the European server were approaching. However, they did not do anything outrageous. Instead, they took out their binoculars and began to watch. They applauded from time to time, turning into a spectator. In the end, the players of the European server and the original server began to exchange specialties and food. They even played battle background music in the regional channel to accompany the battle between the demonic god and Tao Wu. They looked like they were having fun. Lu Wu, who was observing them from behind the scenes, could not help but cover his face when he saw the players' lackadaisical behavior. Instead of going to level up, they gathered here to watch the battle between Tao Wu and the demonic god. How useless! The players' behavior made Lu Wu so angry that he slapped the floor. He was exasperated that they did not live up to his expectations. The Sea King's face turned extremely ugly when he emerged from the water. The Death Clan that was spread all over the sea was his preparation for the invasion of Beiki. However, they were all wiped out after he did not come up to check. He could not accept it, especially after seeing Tao Wu's behavior. He knew Tao Wu's personality very well. Although it was the true overlord of the Void Ocean, it was very peaceful. Other than eating occasionally, it slept at the bottom of the sea all year round. However, it had gone crazy today and killed the entire army of the Death Clan. The Sea King would never believe that Tao Wu hated the Death Clan. When the Death Clan and the Mu Te clan fought to the death, the scale of the battle was even larger. Why did it not intervene? At this moment, the surface of the water boiled again. The Sea King quickly dodged. However, he managed to dodge Tao Wu's attack. A huge red figure leaped out of the water again and grabbed Tao Wu's tail. Tao Wu immediately began to struggle with all his might and let out a long cry. However, the demonic god did not care about that. He grabbed Tao Wu's tail and spun him on the spot before throwing him to the right. The Sea King, who thought that he had dodged the attack, was hit by Tao Wu again. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The spectating players clapped in unison once again. Nice. Chapter 224. Update 2. Guild Station System activated. The official forum of Battle Online was bustling with activity as everyone was discussing the content of the new expansion pack. As for the counterattack against Beiki, he decided to put it aside for the time being. With the Abyss of Death as his backing and an endless supply of abyssal monsters, his army of death would soon be formed again. The battle between Tao Wu and the demonic god lasted for another 2 hours before it ended. In his impression, Tao Wu was completely invincible in the Void Ocean, but now he was being beaten up. After the invasion of Beiki, the monarch of the Mu Te Sea Nation, Mu Zhiguang, died in battle. The Sea King was lucky enough to escape, but he did not give up on the evil idea of taking over Beiki. He willingly fell into death and became the Lord of Death, releasing the Death Clan buried deep in the seabed. Facilities that can be added in the future: processing workshop, armament workshop, playground, breeding farm, spiritual field, hall of honor, guild store, etc. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he unleashed the ultimate move that he had been preparing for a long time. Update 3. Items added in the shop. Not only did they get the flying equipment that they had been dreaming of, but they also got the offline hack equipment to grow. What made the major guilds even more excited was the guild station system with various functions. At this moment, the players realized that they had fallen in love with the Sea King, their old rival. He was so outstanding that he had given them such a big gift. Cultivation field. Important guild players can exchange their contribution points for cultivation specializations here. The Void Ocean that the players did not like to go to became a hot spot again. In the Sea King's opinion, Beiki would be his sooner or later. As for the forces of Beiki, he would use the cruelest way to kill them all. Guild warehouse. Guild members can store their personal items here. Initial storage capacity is twice that of their personal space. Wings of Death, Level 1. Flying equipment. You can exchange the body of the Death Clan at the NPC in the Battle Management Hall of the Mansion of the Dead for growth. You can fly after Level 10. The Sea King, who was sent flying again, was completely dumbfounded. Watermelon_Taro. My hands are shaking. So Tao Wu and the demonic god fought yesterday and destroyed countless of our death points. I want to strangle them. A_Mammoth. Go Sea King. +1 inch crayon _Shinchan replied to Watermelon_Taro. That's not what you said yesterday. Not only could they learn specializations, but there was also the astrology station that provided a 10-hour buff. All of these were great items to speed up the development of the guild. Updated content. There was even a technical player who drew a funny comic strip about the evil god in Tao Wu and received a lot of soul coins as a reward. Yishwerer is the cutest replied to the leader of the demolition officers. Bleeding Knife. Speed Mastery 1% increases attack and movement speed by 1% leader of the demolition officers. The guild encampment is awesome, but it seems like I don't need to bid for it. Sigh, I really want to compete with you guys. I'm so worried. Price. 1,000 soul coins, Death's Coffin, Level 1. This item can be activated after logging off. Your character in the game will be in an AFK state and gain a small amount of experience every hour. You can use the body of a member of the Death Clan to exchange for death points at the Battle Management Hall of the Dead NPC to level up. Every level up will gain a small amount of experience. However, now that the Death Clan had been slaughtered by Tao Wu and the demonic god, there were not enough death monsters to go around. Invincible_Loneliness replied to the leader of the demolition crew. Bleeding Knife. Back then, the Death Tribe had been plagued by undead monsters, making it difficult for them to survive. Hence, their harvest from the sea had also been low. However, things were different now. In the eyes of the players, the Death Tribe was full of treasures, and they loved them dearly. Witnessing this epic war with their own eyes undoubtedly made the players very excited. Even though the war had ended, the discussion did not stop. Sea King, all the best. Tavern. Entertainment, the entertainment place for the guild members. Drinks are provided internally and can be purchased with soul coins. Free drinks will be available every Sunday. After the upgrade of the guild, the area of the tavern has been expanded and various entertainment facilities have been added. Attack Mastery, 1% increases damage by 1% combined attack and spells. Who is that red figure? How could he have such terrifying strength? The Sea King was shocked. Content. After this update, the guild encampment will be available for auction in the Liuli Sea and the border of the dead. Lu Wu could not stand it anymore when he saw how carefree the players were. This situation infuriated the players. One by one, they strongly requested the game developers to strengthen the Sea King's strength and enhance the reproduction ability of the Death Clan. How could they be so useless? What happened to the promise of working hard to level up and earning soul coins to support me? Although the Death Clan's forces on the sea had been destroyed, there was still their endless army in the abyss under the sea. Hence, Lu Wu did not think that the war was over yet. I'm so worried. Special Combat Mastery Learning. Death Tree Sapling, Level 1. It can be grown by watering the body of the Death Clan. It can produce a one-time use Death Warrior. When it reaches level 100, it can grow into a Death Tree Demon, can produce spiritual material level fruits. After the mournful wail ended, the gigantic Tao Wu dove into the sea again. Price, 1,000 soul coins. Update 1. Reputation system is fully activated. Astrology Tower. The guild members can spend 300 contribution points to obtain a random 10-hour buff blessing, limited to 1 per day. After the upgrade, different types of buffs and the probability of obtaining advanced buffs will be added. He was looking forward to this day. This made Lu Wu, who was observing them from behind the scenes, completely speechless. Defense Mastery, 1% increases defense by 1% combined endurance and physical strength. However, this was not important anymore. The most important thing now was to stay alive. Residential area. This area can be provided to the guild's exclusive NPCs. Initial capacity is 5 people, however, he really could not fulfill the player's request. He could only rely on the Sea King to live up to his expectations. On the other hand, Tao Wu floated on the surface of the water and let out a long cry, as if it was crying. Shuali the strongest. How could the Death Clan be so careless and provoke the game developers? This new expansion pack clearly wants to exterminate their clan. They are so evil, I like it. Laughing emoji. However, I continued to eat melons. Council Hall, the core building of the guild. It determines the upper limit of the guild level. After the upgrade, the area of the encampment can be expanded and the functions of various buildings can be optimized. Requires contribution points to upgrade. After the disappearance of the Sea King, the battle between the demonic god and Tao Wu suddenly became less interesting to the players. Guild members can obtain contribution points by donating spiritual materials, spiritual ores, and other valuable items to the steward of the encampment. Various battle analysis posts emerged one after another. Thus, he turned around and leaped into the water, speeding towards the direction of the abyss at the bottom of the sea. Note, the higher the percentage of the mastery level, the higher the requirement for contribution points. As usual, they drank and chatted merrily under the moonlight. It was a lively scene. An hour after the update, a large number of guild ships set sail towards the void ocean. Not forgetting to dig water. Sea King, go for it. Plus 3 captain of the demolition officers. My hands are shaking too. Come to think of it, the epic battle yesterday was such a waste. At least a few 100 million death points were burned. What a scam. If all these death points were given to me, I could grow AF** King World Tree. I could have grown a pair of huge wings that could circle the earth with one flap, and I could have grown a super coffin that could level up by just doing nothing. Exasperated emoji. At this stage, he wanted to expand the territory of Bakey. The void ocean in the south was a big problem. Initially, he planned to wipe out the Death Clan before expanding further. However, not only was this problem solved, it seemed like the players were not satisfied with the strength of their opponents. Encampment content. The space within the guild encampment is independent from the world. The exterior is a teleportation door, while the interior is used for guild development. The specific functions are divided into Strike Gold replied to the captain of the demolition officers, Bleeding Blade, content, non-server activities. Apart from retaining the original reputation system function, only 10% of reputation points will be obtained from killing monsters of the Death Clan. At the end of the fight, Tao Wu seemed to have given in. While he was being beaten, he managed to catch a spiritual fish of similar quality to the one that the demonic god had caught. Only then did the demonic god give up on beating him. He carried the red fish and flew away happily. Lu Wu did not know whether to laugh or cry at the player's request. Under the temptation of huge benefits, the players were ready to launch a crusade against the Death Clan. Perhaps even the Sea King did not expect this. Assassin's Creed, Sea King, go for it. Plus 2-inch endless death monsters are about to wreak havoc in the void ocean. This territory that is close to our sea is waiting for us to conquer. The progress of history has begun, and the crusade has begun once again. The game update this time made the players go crazy again. However, after the gathering at night, the players did not enthusiastically level up. Instead, they focused their attention on the battle. He did not want to get involved in such a terrifying battle. He might be crushed to death. There were even a few guilds that fought over the distribution of the Death Clan's monsters during the operation to wipe out the Death Clan. Specialization in special equipment meanwhile. Wuguai Yishua, Arguyu, and the others recalled that they had lost the priority to purchase the city of Bakey back then. They could not help but beat their feet and chest. The sorrow in their hearts could not be described with words. They didn't expect the encampment to be so powerful. Peppa Bor, I strongly condemn the wasteful actions of good and evil gods. Please make up for the players' losses, funny, a large wolf dog. Back then, I didn't dare to go to the void ocean. But now, I think the Death Clan is going to be wiped out. Everyone, please take care of the new forces and don't overcut them. This time, 150 residences were temporarily open. The winner of the city of Bakey would get one for free, while the remaining 149 residences would be auctioned. The castellan of the 100 fortresses hegemony competition would have priority in the auction. Price: 10,000 soul coins. You guys have changed. You don't fight as hard as you used to. Thinking of this, the Sea King's face revealed a sinister smile. Cheated 8,000 yuan from online dating. You guys were so happy yesterday, but you're regretting it today. But don't be afraid. Let's cheer for our old rival, the Sea King. Breed more death monsters and beg him to take revenge soon. The evil forces of players can't wait any longer. They're very anxious, funny. The players could not help but sigh. Why didn't the Sea King come out to be beaten up? He's too much. He doesn't respect the players at all. Game update. Disaster of death. However, the enthusiasm of the players was exactly what he needed, especially when he saw the soul coins increasing by leaps and bounds every day. Even Lu Wu could not help but shout. Crayon Shinchan replied to the captain of the demolition officers. Why didn't you give you the address of Battle Online's boss? You forced him to give you an official cheat to become a god, funny. The new expansion pack to counterattack the Death Clan was released. Chapter 225. East of the Void Ocean. Underwater in the central region of the Kuelong Ocean. The entire body of water emitted a gentle blue glow, illuminating the underwater world. In this area, there were 7 majestic statues standing in a circle. Each statue held a weapon in its hand and looked down. In front of each statue stood a silhouette. At this moment, a silhouette floated out of the central altar surrounded by the statues. He held an ancient book in his hand and slowly stood on the altar. The meeting of the 8 sea nations has begun. Prove your identities. The old man who spoke was covered in seaweed and small creatures like seashells. His body was filled with the smell of decay. The monarch of the Tianyu Sea Nation, Tian Kuan. At this moment, the man in front of the old priest raised the ice blue sword in his hand. Instantly, the statue behind him let out a roar. The monarch of the Shao Yu Sea Nation, Lan Yu. The monarch of the Black Prison Sea Nation, He Sui. The monarch of the Lan Di Sea Nation, Lan Hushan. The few people present reported their origins and used their clan's sacred weapon and the nation's spirit to prove their identities. After everyone stated their origins, the old priest slowly raised his head and swept his gaze across the area with his dim yellow eyes. Where is the monarch of the Mu-Te Sea Nation? Old priest, the Mu-Te Sea Nation has long been destroyed. Tian Kuan looked at the old priest and said respectfully, "That's it." The old priest seemed surprised. He then shook his head and lightly drew a line on the book with his brush. "All right then. From now on, the meeting will be the meeting of the 7 nations." After he was done, the old priest raised his head again. "Can anyone tell me how the Mu-Te Sea Nation was destroyed?" As the leader of the 8 nations, he controlled the entire ocean. Was there any enemy that they couldn't defeat? They were targeted by the Death Clan in the abyss of the Void Ocean. The old monarch was arrogant and fought with Tao Wu. He exhausted his life force, and no one could be the pillar to resist the Death Clan. Naturally, they were destroyed. The monarch of the Black Prison Nation seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with the Mu-Te Sea Nation. "Why didn't you all go to help?" The old shaman asked again. When the Mu-Te Sea Nation was still around, they thought that they had occupied a part of the sea. They were arrogant and bullied us too much. Why should we help them? Moreover, unless all 7 nations join forces to help them, it would be useless. The Death Clan is an immortal existence. The king of Black Hell Kingdom said coldly again. You have to understand that the 8 great nations are one. We are all descendants of the Nether Sea Kingdom, even if we are divided into 8 great nations. Have you forgotten all of this?" The old shaman seemed very angry, and his body trembled as he spoke. Everyone fell silent after hearing the old shaman's words. Of course, they knew about this part of history. Millions of years ago, the Nether Sea, the super sea nation that dominated the Void, Coelong, and Jade Spring seas, was the predecessor of the 8 oceanic nations. The Nether Sea Kingdom was split into 8 different sea kingdoms amidst the endless expansion and chaos of war. Although they did not experience all of this, the clan's history books were proof that everything was as the old shaman had said. "Old shaman, we're here according to the ancestral teachings. May I know the topic of today's meeting?" Tian Kuan felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he spoke respectfully again. Originally, the meeting was held every 500,000 years to remind the 8 great nations not to forget the ancestral teachings and to accumulate power to recover the glory of the Nether Sea Kingdom in the ancient times. But now I don't think that's necessary. The old shaman's expression was cold. "In my opinion, as descendants, you have long forgotten the glory of the past. If that's the case, then the topic of today's meeting shall be the unification of the 7 nations, and the name of the nation shall be changed to the Nether Sea Kingdom." Hearing this, the 7 people present were all shocked. Some of them even showed obvious unwillingness on their faces. "I didn't discuss this with you. Now that the strongest Mute Sea Kingdom is gone, if you don't unite, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to recover the Nether Sea Kingdom. Therefore, the topic of today's meeting shall be the unification of the 7 nations and the integration of all forces. Then, old shaman, who shall be the king of the Nether Sea Kingdom?" He Sui asked indifferently. This was also what the 7 people present wanted to know. Merging was not a big problem for them, as they were not the strongest force in their respective seas. Merging was also beneficial to them, but the biggest problem was who would be the king. It would be fine if they were the king themselves, but they would never agree to use their country's power and resources to help others. The throne of the monarch? What does that have to do with you? The old shaman suddenly sneered. "Old man, are you thinking of becoming the king yourself? We respect you because you are the shaman of our ancestral nation, so we gave you some face. But I think you're shameless." Following He Sui's words, the spirit of the nation behind him pointed the giant sword in his hand at the shaman. The situation was a little tense, but the kings of the other 6 nations did not stop them, nor did they stop them. They did not know the strength of the old shaman, and neither did they know his background. Now that there was a hot-tempered shaman who was willing to explore, this was exactly what they wanted to see. The old shaman chuckled. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a figure slowly descending from the sky, entering the area and looking around curiously. "Brothers, underwater exploration is fun. Look what I found." As he spoke, the man began to climb up the giant statue. From my experience, these statues have a long history. If they were sold as antiques, they would definitely fetch a high price. Unfortunately, no one in this world collects antiques. The man continued to swim forward. Meanwhile, in his live streaming channel, "Ocean exploration for 67 days. If I don't find the inheritance, I won't level up." Host, Buchiri Bar Man. "Bro, look down there. There are a few humanoid creatures wearing shiny clothes. Are you blind?" "One Punch Man, are you blind? Look down there. There are creatures. I think you've found the inheritance. Hurry up and talk to them. You'll get the 1 blade 999 inheritance soon." Sword, 23. "Bro, you've definitely found the inheritance. It's obvious that there's a treasure in the ancient ruins." "Ma Bingha, you're so stupid. Look down. Hurry up and look down. Stupid streamer. You're always bragging. But you're still serious about archaeology when there's really an inheritance. I suggest banning a poor streamer like you." The commotion in the forum naturally attracted Buchi's attention. He lowered his head and looked down, and he immediately noticed a few pairs of eyes staring at him, all of them looking surprised. Buchi was also stunned when he saw the group of figures in shining armor. As the ocean was covered in a gentle blue light, He did not notice the creatures below. If it were not for the players in the live streaming channel who reminded him, he would have continued to study the statues and made up a sad history for them. Buchi's eyes lit up as he swam down and landed next to the old shaman. "You are." The old shaman was shocked. The ocean was ruled by the 7 nations. No other forces would dare to invade this meeting, or else they would have to face the combined suppression of the 7 nations. That was why the old shaman did not understand why Buchi appeared there. "What are you guys doing?" Buchi asked excitedly. "Holding a meeting of the 7 nations to elect a new king." The old shaman could not see through Buchi's background, but he still told the truth. After all, it was not a secret. Since he had decided to make a comeback, he naturally had to tell the world. Buchi's heart tightened when he heard this. He felt that he had really stumbled upon an opportunity, and it was a meeting of the 7 nations. Does that mean that the player who triggered this plot would unlock a hidden quest to inherit the 7 nations and become the king? His mind was suddenly filled with beautiful fantasies. "What do you think of me?" Buchi answered immediately. Hearing this, the faces of the other 7 kings turned green. This was such an important meeting. Who the hell was this guy? He wanted to be the king as soon as he came in. He did not respect them at all. The old shaman was also stunned. He took a closer look at Buchi and asked again, "Who are you?" "Me. I'm a player," Buchi answered matter-of-factly. "In the live streaming channel, Rebar Man." "Idiot, can't you say that you're a citizen of Bakey? How would they know what a player is? Why haven't you been banned yet? Why are you always insulting our intelligence?" "One Punch Man, I've reported your live streaming channel. The content is insulting our intelligence." Sword 23. You want us to tip you with your low-quality live streaming content? Go to hell. I suggest banning you forever. 99 days of smoking. I'd better go watch the Beast Taming Master challenge the sea monsters. Learn from him, you trash streamer. Looking at the player's angry bullet screen, Buchi realized the problem and immediately corrected himself. "I'm a member of the Bakey army." This time, the others looked at him with even more strange eyes. From their point of view, although the land of Bakey was not far from them, it was not close either. Why would a member of the Bakey army come here? Moreover, he even dared to say that he wanted to be the king. After all, the combined strength of the 7 nations was not something that Bakey could compare with. "A member of the Bakey army? Why are you here?" Hei Sui's expression gradually turned cold. Buchi was speechless and did not know how to answer. After thinking for a while, he whispered again, "To trigger a mission." Slap. This time, Hei Sui did not waste any more words. He directly slapped him to death on the spot. As the screen gradually turned black and white, the live streaming channel became more lively. "One Punch Man, that's great. The lousy streamer is finally dead." Sword 23. Another player died on the way to find the inheritance. "You're not alone, ha ha ha." Rebar Man. But seriously, although this retarded streamer's behavior is retarded, he really found a lot of relics. If it wasn't for this dumb luck, the popularity of his live streaming channel would definitely be 0. 99 days of smoking. Correct answer +1. After the disruption of the players, the atmosphere became solemn again. The choice of the 7 kings was definitely not a trivial matter. They wanted to know what the old shaman meant, and what did he mean by the position of the king had nothing to do with them. The old shaman seemed to have noticed the confusion on their faces. He stomped his feet lightly, and a figure emerged from the altar underwater. It was a handsome young man. He did not look very old, but he had a very distinct characteristic. His eyes were golden, and the runes in his eyes were constantly rotating. He exuded a noble aura. He's the direct descendant of the Nether Sea Kingdom's royal family. Since the 7 nations are united, then let him be the king. Hearing this, the man with golden eyes smiled evilly, as if he was very satisfied with this decision. I disagree. The kings of the other 7 nations immediately objected. What a joke! Although they were the descendants of the Nether Sea Kingdom, they were naturally unwilling to reunite and continue to be loyal to the royal family. It's not up to you. The golden-eyed young man smirked. Then he waved his hand, and rays of golden light appeared around him, sealing off the surroundings. The Nether Sea Kingdom's ocean seal. The 7 people were horrified. They had only heard about the ocean seal in ancient books. It was said that it was extremely powerful and was a national sacred item. Under the cover of the ocean seal, anyone below the peak of the Ghost Emperor realm would be refined. Therefore, they panicked when they saw the ocean seal. I'll give you one more chance. Pledge your loyalty now, or wait for me to kill you all before taking over your sea kingdom. This time no one objected. Their faces were all pale. Under such circumstances, those who dared to speak first would definitely be killed as a warning to others. Therefore, although they were unwilling, no one spoke up. I have the pure blood of the Nether Sea royal family flowing in my body. My future talent is limitless. If I rule over you all, we can once again regain our position as the overlord of the 3 regions in the ancient times. We might even be stronger than we were in the ancient times. This is the ancestral teaching and also the will of the sea god, the young man said with anticipation. Hearing the young man's words, the old shaman nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at the 7 people. Just like what the king said, if you are willing to surrender, we will gather the power of the 7 nations and become stronger. You will also become lords. Although your power will be weakened, the area of the sea will be expanded. Why are you dissatisfied? I am willing to surrender. King Shashui, who was standing at the end, suddenly said, You useless. No wonder the territory of Shashui Kingdom is getting smaller and smaller under your leadership. What an unambitious guy. Heisui immediately glanced at the man standing at the end. Initially, he thought that as long as the 7 of them remained silent, he did not believe that the descendant of the Nether Sea could do anything to them. However, now that someone had surrendered in advance, he was really angry. I surrender too. Another person said, I surrender too. Shashui, Landi, and Xiaoyu, the 3 kings suddenly chose to surrender, which caught the other 4 off guard. They immediately felt that something was wrong. Now that the 3 nations had joined forces and surrendered, their power was not small anymore. If the 4 of them did not unite, they could only surrender. You won't lose anything. Don't be so stubborn. Only under the king's leadership can we become stronger and swallow up all the forces that once looked down on you. The old shaman reprimanded at the crucial moment. Faced with such a situation, the 4 of them were in a dilemma. Their faces were pale and they did not know what to do. Seeing that, the golden-eyed young man waved his hand. The golden bracelet on his wrist shone brightly, and 4 golden rays instantly enveloped the 4 of them. Last chance. I surrender. I surrender. Another 2 people chose to surrender at the critical moment. Now, only Heisui and Tianquan were left. At that moment, their faces were pale and they looked at the others with disappointment. However, the situation was already over. They had no other choice but to surrender. Otherwise, they would be courting death and their nations would definitely be taken over. Seeing that Heisui and Tianquan, who were the most powerful, lowered their heads, the golden-eyed young man laughed. You should have done this earlier. Before he could finish his sentence, a black wheel of light came from the outside world. It pierced through the golden screen and stabbed into the golden-eyed young man's heart. The Mutesi nation hasn't even arrived yet. How can you choose a king before everyone is here? Do you still not respect me, Mutesi? Chapter 226. Under the shocked gazes of the 7 kings and priests, a black figure broke through the golden light pillar and walked in. As the Sea King reached out his hand, the light wheel that pierced the golden-eyed boy's throat returned to his hand. Then he walked to the golden-eyed boy, who was twitching in disbelief. He reached out his hand and patted his face. What's wrong with being a boss at such a young age? You're still too young. As he spoke, the Sea King swiped the light wheel across the golden-eyed boy's neck. As golden blood appeared, the boy fell to the ground, and the rotating runes in his eyes stopped spinning. Who are you? The old shaman's pupils shrank as he asked through gritted teeth. Who am I? The Sea King turned to look at the old shaman and could not help but smile. Roar! A loud roar came from behind. A Mu-Te-Si spirit that was even bigger than the 7 statues appeared. The Mu-Te-Si nation! After seeing the statue, the people present already knew the identity of the visitor. The Mu-Te-Si nation is not destroyed. The old shaman's face darkened. In fact, the main reason why he changed the topic of the meeting and wanted to merge the 8 nations was because the Mu-Te-Si nation was destroyed. The Mu-Te-Si nation had always been a fishbone stuck in his throat. With such a huge force, coupled with the powerful strength of every king, it was easy for the 8 nations to unite, but it was not so easy to take back the throne. The most likely outcome was that the Mu-Te-Si nation would swallow the other 7 sea nations and become the new overlord, instead of reviving the illusory Nethersea nation. Therefore, when he heard that the Mu-Te-Si nation was destroyed, he was not angry. Instead, he was happy and planned to bring forward the unification plan. However, he did not expect it to end so quickly. Looking at the lifeless, golden-eyed boy on the ground, the old shaman's heart trembled. He felt that he had failed Old Wong's trust. How dare you kill your master, you traitor? Smell the death aura on you, and you still dare to come here? The old shaman yelled at the Sea King. Kill my master? He's your master, not ours, right? The Sea King smiled as he looked at the other 7 people. Although the other 7 people did not speak, their expressions were filled with uncertainty. You! The old shaman knew that the situation was hopeless, but his heart was still filled with unwillingness. However, he had already figured out the Sea King's purpose for coming here. Even if the golden-eyed teenager was dead, he would not let the Sea King get what he wanted. Don't tell me you want to be the king? As far as I know, the Mute clan has long been annihilated. Do you have an army that matches your strength? Upon hearing that, the Sea King sneered. My army is not any weaker than your 7 nations. As his voice fell, countless black shadows shrouded the sea from all directions. Many ferocious-looking creatures of death kept approaching, and their numbers were extremely large. The Death Clan! The old shaman's eyes widened. It wasn't just the old shaman. Everyone present was in slight disbelief, and they even suspected that they were seeing things. This was because the monsters of the Death Clan did not have any consciousness other than the Death Lord. They only knew how to devour and kill, but now they had been subdued. How did you do it? Where is the Death Lord? Haesway, who was standing on a nearby platform, asked with a frown. You don't have to worry about that. Now I'll give you all a choice. Surrender or die. The Sea King's aura was rising steadily. Although he had gone through hardships, he was still the overlord of the void ocean, and his domineering aura was still there. I will never agree. The old shaman immediately expressed his stance. What's the point of you agreeing? You're all old, and there's no point in living anymore. The Sea King immediately threw a punch at the old shaman. The old shaman snorted coldly. He closed the ancient book in his hand, and a golden light screen appeared in front of him. Boom! The punch landed on the light screen, and countless ripples were set off, but it did not break through the defense. Just when the old shaman heaved a sigh of relief, he saw the Sea King looking at him with a ferocious smile. The Sea King's fist was surrounded by the aura of death, and it continuously wrapped around his body through the light screen. The parasitic seaweed and other creatures on his body quickly withered and turned into gray powder. He also felt the vitality in his body being sucked away. He wanted to struggle, but he realized that he was fixed on the spot. He had no strength to resist, and he could only age slowly. Under the erosion of the aura of death, the half-dead old shaman finally could not hold on any longer. His body turned into ashes, and he turned into a skeleton. The rest of the people present felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. They knew that it was going to be difficult this time, especially after the Sea King displayed his absolute strength. In comparison, the golden-eyed teenager was still young, and he still needed their assistance. He even promised them the conditions of being a feudal lord. However, the Sea King, who had absolute control now, might not necessarily do the same. "Make your choice. I'll give you a chance." The Sea King turned to face the 7 people and said with a smile, "What if we don't want to?" Hei Sui asked with a solemn expression, "Die. Then I'll surrender." Hei Sui's words stunned the rest of the people present. They knew Hei Sui's character very well. Even when he was threatened by the golden-eyed teenager, he still insisted until the end before agreeing. They did not expect him to agree just like that. Wise choice. The Sea King smiled and gave Hei Sui a thumbs up. "I'll surrender too, but I want to know what you're going to do." Tian Kuan asked. "Take down Beiki." The Sea King's eyes flashed with a cold light when he mentioned Beiki. Ever since he got involved with Beiki, he realized that everything was not going his way. His fruits were stolen, his treasures were robbed, and the forces of Beiki often harassed his subordinates in the sea. Even the Sea King navy that he was once proud of was destroyed because of it. He was absolutely irreconcilable with this grudge, even though Mu Zhiguang had hoped that he would stop before he died. However, he swore that he would never forget this grudge, even if he fell into the endless abyss. And he did so. The G8 conference, this time, was another opportunity for him to rise. Right now, he had the power of the Lord of Death, as well as the terrifying undead army. As long as he had the combined strength of the 7 nations, how could he not take revenge? Even if that Lai Shan attacked again, he would not be afraid. Beiki? Beiki is a land force. Why do we have to take down Beiki? It's not good for our future development. Tian Kuan was confused. "I'm the king. My will is the will of the new nation. I don't need you to understand me. You just need to carry out my orders." The Sea King stared at Tian Kuan and said. His domineering aura immediately shrouded the area. Such a domineering Sea King made the people present complain in their hearts. They felt that the Sea King was much harder to serve than the golden-eyed young man. They could already imagine what would happen to them after the Sea King took over the 7 nations. They would probably become his henchmen. "Pledge your loyalty to me now and call me king from now on. Your nation will be named Mu Te." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 7 people present suddenly changed. They would not have any objections, even if it was renamed to the Nether Sea. After all, this was their ancestral nation. The name was a collection of many ancient glories, so they did not feel that it was a disgrace. However, if it was changed to Mu Te, it would be no different from annexing them. "Pledge your loyalty to me." The Sea King took a step forward. The golden wheel in his hand flew out automatically and began to circle above their heads. This was his gift to Mu Zhiguang. Reviving the Mu Te Sea nation was the dream that the deceased had been pursuing his entire life. He died for him, so the Sea King would create a new Mu Te Sea nation to remember his existence. Even though the Sea King had never cared about the 2 words Mu Te, he remembered the 2 words Big Brother on that day. King of Mu Te! The cowardly monarch of Sha Shui Nation was the first to give in and immediately knelt down. "And the rest of you?" The Sea King glanced at the remaining 6 people. "King of Mu Te!" Upon seeing this, the rest of them chose to compromise despite their reluctance. They all knelt down on one knee and pledged their loyalty to the Sea King. "Ha ha ha! Great!" The Sea King laughed presumptuously. The army of death behind him was like a group of demons dancing wildly, casting a shadow over the hearts of the 7 monarchs present. They were already worried about the future. At this time, the players were still complaining in the official forum. Watermelon_Taro, are all of you mad dogs? I finally found a death monster in the void ocean, and all of you squeezed your ships to snatch it. Do you have any manners? Shuali _ the _ strongest. Recently, the value of the Death Clan has skyrocketed. The Lioli coast is filled with tycoons collecting corpses. How exciting! Crayon _ Shinchan. The way you crave corpses reminds me of a tumor. Laughing emoji. A _ large _ wolf dog replied to Crayon _ Shinchan. Aren't you a tumor? Gritting teeth. Crayon _ Shinchan. Since you're sticking your head out, I'll have to force myself to smile and touch it. Laughing emoji. Cheated _ 8K $. Trash Sea King. I strongly request the officials to strengthen the Sea King again. Crayon _ Shinchan. I have an idea. Why don't we invite Huhi the Great Demon King back and make the death seal bigger for us? Laughing emoji. As soon as Crayon _ Shinchan said this, the forum fell into a brief silence. The scarcity of the Death Clan at this stage was indeed a big problem. Hence, Crayon _ Shinchan's suggestion immediately tempted many players. After a discussion, the players organized themselves and sent a mail to Huhi the Great Demon King. In the letter, they promised not to kill him or stab him in the back. All they asked was for him to return to Beiki and dig a seal for them. They were even willing to raise money to hire him. After Huhi received the mail and opened it, he was silent for 3 seconds. Then he quickly threw it into the trash can. Bastard, you still want to trick me by digging a seal and then torture me. I won't believe you even if you write a contract now. You bunch of impolite demons. A certain great demon king gritted his teeth. Then he glanced at the European server players who were surrounding the resurrection point. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Just you wait and see after I refine Hitorigami. Upon seeing this, the surrounding European server players raised their heads and glanced at him. Then they continued to chat, play chess, and eat. Chapter 227. The Beiki players were helpless against Huhi, who refused to come back no matter what. They could not understand why Huhi the Great Demon King, who loved to dig up seals, changed his mind. Was the European server really that fun? However, since Huhi was unwilling to come back, the players had to rely on themselves. Since it was difficult to snatch the death monsters from the surface of the sea, they could only go underwater. A large number of players began to use spiritual materials to cultivate the underwater stealth ability of the spirit ship, preparing to dive into the sea to search for the Death Clan. The players came up with all sorts of tricks, and they managed to develop many underwater warships. They began to dive into the sea and intercept the death monsters that had yet to surface. However, the players who did not cultivate the underwater warship function were instantly displeased, and it almost caused an internal conflict among the players. Lu Wu was also helpless about this. It seemed that the new expansion pack was too rich, and the players' desire for the Death Clan was too strong. As a result, there were waves of protests in the forum requesting for the Sea King to be strengthened. They did not even have the authority to do so. On this day, Lu Wu was cultivating, and Bei Li stood beside him, staring at him attentively. Is it done? I think I've reached my limit. Lu Wu opened his eyes as he looked inside his body and realized that the energy had become viscous. Yes. Bei Li squinted her eyes and smiled. Then she waved her hand, and the soul power in the artifact overflowed and entered Lu Wu's body. As the soul power and the energy in his body came into contact, Lu Wu's face revealed an expression of enjoyment. As the soul power filled up his body also began to change. After months of cultivation, the moment that Lu Wu had been looking forward to transforming into a human again had finally arrived. He had reached the required realm, and what he lacked now was enough soul power to make the energy in his body change qualitatively. Lu Wu had plenty of soul power at this stage, and he did not mind using it on himself at all. His body continued to change under the transformation of the soul power and slowly returned to his original form. When he felt that his body was bloated, Lu Wu stopped Bei Li's soul power injection. After the energy fluctuation subsided, He stood up slowly and clenched his fists. He felt that his body was full of energy, and his skin became smooth and delicate with obvious muscle lines. He had also comprehended all the abilities that Tao Wu mastered in its initial form. His strength had reached the peak of the Ghost Supreme Commander, and he was only one step away from entering the Ghost General realm. Becoming handsome, no, becoming strong felt so good. The 1,000,000 soul coins were well spent. Lu Wu turned around happily, only to find Bei Li standing motionlessly at the same spot with her eyes closed. Lu Wu was stunned. He lowered his head to look at his lower body before dashing toward the wardrobe. He had gotten so used to running around naked in the past few months that he had forgotten to wear clothes. After getting dressed, Lu Wu returned to his room. He looked at Bei Li, who was still covering her eyes and staring blankly at the same spot. He could not help but sigh. "Little Li, I'm done." Bei Li slowly put down her hands. Her face was so red that it seemed as if it could drip water at any moment. At this moment, Bei Li felt like she was in shock. "This is too scary. I'm just a kid, but I actually saw it. I'm going blind. I'm going blind." Just as Lu Wu was about to speak, the phone on the sofa rang. After giving Bei Li an apologetic look, he quickly walked to the sofa and picked up the phone. "Hello, Mr. Lu? I'm the representative of the Jia de Technology Company. I would like to invite you to discuss the incompatibility issue of the game." "Oh, incompatibility? There's nothing I can do about it. The optimization of this lousy game is so bad. It's giving me a headache, too," Lu Wu said impatiently after knowing the identity of the caller. The Jia de Technology Company had called him several times to negotiate, but Lu Wu rejected them all. In Lu Wu's opinion, the actions of the Jia de Technology Company were no different from trying to kill everyone. If it were not for the strong stickiness of Battle Online's players, it would have been destroyed by the Jia de Technology Company. Therefore, Lu Wu naturally did not treat them well. "Mr. Lu, I think there really is a misunderstanding between us. This time, I sincerely invite you to discuss cooperation. We are willing to offer double the profits of the Black Sea Technology Company to resolve the misunderstanding you have against us." On the other end of the phone, the representative of the Jia de Technology Company was sweating profusely. Due to the problem with Battle Online, they not only lost the market in Dragon Nation, but also received a lot of negative reviews. Initially, they were not satisfied with Lu Wu's suggestion. In a fit of anger, the higher-ups decided to fight to the end. They thought that even if they gave up the market in Dragon Nation, there would still be plenty of other markets for them to choose from. That was the truth. However, that was until the European server of Battle Online was launched. This time, the higher-ups of the Jia de Technology Company could not take it anymore. They kept explaining to the players who bought the gaming pods that they were negotiating. At the same time, they contacted Wu Gui, hoping to negotiate with Battle Online to remove the ban. However, Lu Wu chose to ignore them. This gave them a huge headache. They could only watch as their market share was slowly swallowed up by the Black Sea Technology Company's gaming pods that were released later than them, and their performance was not even as good as theirs. However, what made them even more desperate was yet to come. Not long ago, they received news that Battle Online was going to be launched in America. This news was like a bolt from the blue to the higher-ups of the Jia de Technology Company. Previously, they might not have thought that a game could change the sales of their high-performance products. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. They had witnessed the terrifying influence of Battle Online twice, and these two times they had suffered irreparable losses. Therefore, they were filled with fear towards this news. They could even imagine what would happen next. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Jia de Technology Company could no longer sit still. They came directly to Dragon Nation and found Wu Gui, the only person who had contact with Lu Wu. They requested to meet Lu Wu several times. This was also the nth time they had called Lu Wu. This time, they did not even need Lu Wu to say anything. They offered a high price and were willing to give Lu Wu 5% of the profits of the gaming pods. Although the Jia Technology Company came with sincerity, Lu Wu knew that they would not lower their heads if they were not forced by the situation. He could only say that they deserved it. Therefore, Lu Wu still chose to reject them. As for the fact that they were willing to give him double the profits, Lu Wu did not really care. After all, he was not interested in money. Moreover, the Black Sea Technology Company chose him, so naturally he would not let them down. Most importantly, the Black Sea Technology Company did not forget about him even when they were selling the gaming pods. They had already offered him a 5% commission. Faced with Lu Wu's rejection once again, the representative of the Jia Technology Company turned pale. This was not the first time, and he felt that he was very sincere. However, he did not expect Lu Wu to not give him any face. If Battle Online were to be launched in America, it would be too late. As he thought of this, he spoke again. Your actions have violated the Consumer Rights Protection Act. I can sue you for your unfair competition that forced the players to choose the gaming pods of the Black Sea Technology Company. The voice on the other end sounded exasperated. Lu Wu sighed when he heard this. I've already said it's a problem with the game. It's not that I don't want it to be compatible, it's a bug in the game. As for whether it can be fixed, that's my problem. Moreover, I've been short on funds recently and I can't afford to pay the R&D staff. So let's just leave this bug, it's not a loss to me anyway. Hearing Lu Wu's words, the person on the other end of the phone was speechless. Just as Lu Wu said, if he insisted that it was a bug in the game that caused the gaming pods to be incompatible, he would not be able to sue him. Just as Lu Wu said, whether or not the bug in the game could be fixed was entirely up to them, and the Jia Technology Company was powerless to interfere. At this moment, the representative of the Jia Technology Company really wanted to say, I'll pay for your R&D so that they can fix it as soon as possible. However, he knew that all of this was unrealistic. This was also the method they had used to ban Battle Online in the beginning. They wanted to use this method as a warning to other game manufacturers, but they did not expect that they would end up harming themselves instead. However, it was too late for regrets now. After the call was hung up, the representative of the Jia Technology Company was silent for a moment. Then he unlocked his phone screen and made another call. Chapter 228. Doob doob doo, who is it? A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, the head of the Jia Corporation's technology department, Abel. What's the matter? The voice asked again. I think the boss has already informed you guys. Now, that plan B can be carried out. I'm just here to inform you guys. After a moment of silence, the person on the other side said, I understand. How many test subjects do we have? Abel asked again. Number 1 and number 3 can be used. Most of the other experimental subjects are dead, and the remaining ones have been sent out to carry out missions. Have you found 410 and 423? No, I don't think it's possible to find them. They didn't leave any marks on them, and it's impossible for us to search the entire world for them, so we've already given up looking for them. Then I want number 1 and number 3. Ask them to come to Chi Dragon to find me. I've sent you the address. Okay. The person on the other end of the phone hung up after a clean answer. After the screen went dark again, Abel's face showed a little ferocious. He had witnessed the strength of the superhuman experimental weapons. They all had inhuman strength. He believed that nothing would go wrong as long as the Chi Dragon government didn't interfere with the plan. Initially, they did not intend to use this trump card. After all, this was related to the Jia Technology's secret human research laboratory. If it was exposed, the consequences would be dire. But now, he felt that Lu Wu had gone too far. If he did not stop him, his market share would continue to slip away in the future, and things would get out of hand. This was their plan B. Since the soft approach didn't work, then the hard approach would work. After ending the conversation with the representative of the Jia Corporation, Lu Wu once again turned his head to look at Bei Li, who was still in a daze. After some thought, Lu Wu decided not to disturb Bei Li and let her calm down. So he turned around and went to the bedroom. After opening the forum, Lu Wu, who had the highest authority, started to browse through the players' posts like a god. Delete all pornographic pictures. All those who spread rumors, delete them. All abusive posts that affect the harmony of the forum will be deleted. Most importantly, delete all the public displays of affection. After deleting a batch of posts, a player's live stream post caught Lu Wu's attention. The Sea King has risen. Don't doubt it. Come in and see for yourself. After Lu Wu entered the live streaming channel, he realized that the player was currently at the coast of an island. There were many different forms of intelligent marine creatures around him. It seemed to be a gathering place for creatures on some island. At this moment, this player, as well as the intelligent creatures around him, were surrounding a pillar that looked like a bulletin board. They were craning their necks to look at the words on it. Fortunately, the game had a translation function. Although the players could not understand these words, they could easily decipher them with the help of the artifact. Announcement from the Void Ocean. Although I have lost the Sea King Navy, the Void Ocean is still my territory. Those who dared to plunder my territory and resources during my absence will be dealt with one by one when I return. At the same time, I will announce to all living beings in the Void Ocean that I have obtained the support of the 7 nations of the Void Ocean, the Kuelong Ocean and the Jade Spring Ocean. I will hold the founding ceremony of the new nation, Mute, on the Shinma Island of the Kuelong Ocean 3 days later. This king welcomes all factions that are willing to form an alliance to participate. Seeing this notice and the seals of the 8 countries printed below, the creatures around the players revealed expressions of horror. Some of these creatures belonged to the forces that the Sea King said he would deal with in the future. Some of these creatures were weak to begin with. They were afraid that the bloody storm caused by the Sea King's return would affect them. All of a sudden, everyone was panicking. They never expected that the Sea King would not become weaker after losing the Sea King Navy. Instead, he had subdued the 7 nations and become even more powerful. This was definitely not good news for them. Meanwhile, the players who learned about the situation through the live broadcast in the forum became lively. Watermelon_Taro. The Sea King is awesome. The Sea King is invincible. I'm the first to agree that the Sea King wants to build a new nation. Shuali_, the strongest. The exciting moment has arrived. Our Lord Sea King is going to rise again. Congratulations from the forces of Beiki. Peppa_Boar. I've been looking forward to it. Finally, it's time for the Sea King to strengthen himself. I would like to thank Battle Online, the planners, the developers, and Strike_Gold. Oh my god, the Sea King is really working hard. After falling down again, he actually stood up again and unified the 7 nations. Amazing. Assassin's Creed. Why do I like this villain more and more? No wonder he's #1 on the top villain popularity leaderboard. He's so cute, laughing emoji. Crayon_Shinchan. Didn't anyone notice something important? The nation founding ceremony will be held in 3 days. I've already told you the address. Is there anyone else who wants to send a congratulatory gift to our Lord Sea King like me? Even if you can't, you should at least go and congratulate him. The captain of the demolition officers replied to Crayon_Shinchan. Damn, that makes sense. Our most popular villain is about to build a country. We have taken so many treasures, experience, soul coins, and spiritual materials from him. We have to congratulate him. Cultivation of longevity. Let's go, let's go. War is war, but I have to go and congratulate them. This old man will bring some of the wood spirit clan's fine wine this time. A big wolf dog. Oh, I'm going to broaden my horizons. I'm going too. Taoist_zombie_hunter. I want to go, but I can't get out. Sigh. Crayon_Shinchan replied to Taoist_zombie_hunter. Catch a great demon king on the spot and interview him. When will the great demon king destroy the player's camp? Now that you have dug out the seals underwater and on land, when will you dig out the foreign forces in the sky? Laughing emoji. Taoist_zombie_hunter replied to Crayon_Shinchan. Knife dripping with blood. This news made the players excited. They all expressed that the Sea King had to show respect to the nation founding ceremony. Not only did they have to go, but they also had to bring the most sincere gifts and blessings from the Bakey army. All the players felt that the Sea King was too hardworking, unlike the Rock Ghost King and the Hydra King, who only knew how to defend their own territory. They did not know how to expand the scale of their subordinates and strengthen their own forces. To the players, a boss like the Sea King was simply a treasure vault that could upgrade itself. Moreover, it was an inexhaustible treasure. Every time it fell, it would survive and bring more resources to the players. This time, the players sincerely wanted to form a group to visit the Sea King and send their blessings. The players had even begun to discuss what kind of gifts they should prepare for the Sea King in the forum. Lu Wu did not know whether to laugh or cry. The players were really a malignant tumor in the underworld. The Sea King was already in such a miserable state. It was not easy for him to build a new nation happily, but the hostile forces in the eyes of the Sea King still wanted to send their blessings. Wouldn't the Sea King die from anger? He could already imagine the chaotic scene at that time. However, Lu Wu was not worried at all. After all, the players were immortal. They could do whatever they wanted, so he just let them be. Moreover, the Sea King's founding ceremony was also a good thing for Lu Wu. Now that the players were complaining about the lack of monsters from the Death Clan, this would be a good distraction for them. Chapter 229. On the second day of the Sea King's founding, the players once again ushered in an important moment. The long-awaited guild base auction was about to begin. The players knew very well what a guild base represented. Not only could it expand the size of the guild, but it also had many internal training facilities that could help the players grow stronger. There were also entertainment facilities that could enhance the cohesion of the guild. It was a treasure that every guild wanted to own. However, only 149 of them would be sold in this auction. This was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket compared to the current number of guilds in Bakey. However, even the small guilds wanted to give it a try and had not given up yet. Many guilds began to consolidate the soul coins of their members in advance, planning to give it a try in this auction. After all, this auction was not just about one person, but the improvement of the entire guild. It was beneficial to all members, so naturally, everyone had to work together. The auction for the base was still held in the core area of Bakey, the Mansion of the Dead. An hour before the auction began, a large number of players had gathered there. The forum was even more lively. Everyone was advertising and cheering for their respective guilds, as well as predicting which guilds had the highest chance of getting the base. However, the style of the forum changed very quickly. Watermelon_Taro. By the way, why is the guild base still being auctioned with soul coins? I feel that Battle Online's daily server maintenance and staff salaries are already a huge sum. I'm afraid they're going to go bankrupt. I'm really scared. Invincible_Loneliness. As far as I know, Battle Online's biggest source of income seems to be the Black Sea Gaming Pods. Such an excellent gaming team must have a high salary. Moreover, they often produce cinematics and expand the game. These are all money-burning projects. If this continues, they might really go bankrupt. Should we donate some money to Battle Online's boss so that he can pay the owed staff salaries? Facebomb emoji. Shueli_the_strongest. We can donate. I'll be devastated if they go bankrupt. I really don't understand what the team behind this game is thinking. They don't even want money. They're always cheating the players of their soul coins. I really want to wake them up with a hammer. Peppa_Boar. Although Battle Online is very kind, I still want to hammer them to death. The top-up system that I want the most hasn't worked yet. The Sea King's roaring. JPG! Crayon_Shinchan. There's no need for that. I'm an employee of Battle. Our boss said that we generate electricity with love. Our employees don't need a salary, and we feed them with love. We're a game company full of love. Don't insult us with your stinky money. Crayon Shinchan number 2 replied to Crayon Shinchan. Big brother is right. Crayon Shinchan replied to Crayon Shinchan number 2. Who the hell are you? To Lu Wu's astonishment, the players actually created a donation thread. To save the destitute and starving boss battle, we will not allow the company to close down. The thread was getting tens of thousands of hits every second, and it received a lot of likes and support from players. Even the European server players who did not understand the situation thought that Battle Online was going to close down. Hence, they swarmed into the local server forum and began to prepare to participate in the crowdfunding. They wanted to contribute some monetary support to the gaming team of Battle Online. Lu Wu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although he was touched by the gamers' actions, he didn't want the money. After all, the gamers had helped him a lot, and he didn't lack money. Hence, he opened a thread as the GM. To the players, explanation on the crowdfunding issue, official sticker. GM, I appreciate everyone's love for this game, and I can understand why everyone thinks that the game will close down sooner or later if it continues to operate like this. Here, I need to explain to everyone that the original intention of making this game is out of passion. We want to present the best gaming experience to everyone, and income is secondary to us. Also, I hope everyone can understand that the boss is very rich, the kind that can't finish spending, and he has no interest in money. So, forget about the crowdfunding. The boss said that money doesn't matter as long as everyone is happy, laughing emoji. Finally, the gaming team of Battle Online guarantees that this game will not close down even if the earth explodes. Sincere gaze emoji. Seeing that the GM of the game, who had been lurking in the dark for thousands of years, appeared, the players were instantly excited and swarmed into the announcement thread. Replies, Crayon Shinchan, I caught a GM. May I know if it's braised or steamed? How well is it done, laughing emoji. GM replied to Crayon Shinchan, Young man, please understand the permissions. My account is easily banned when my hands shake, laughing emoji. Crayon Shinchan replied to GM, Brother, have some tea, kneeling down and offering tea. A_large_wolf dog. Crayon Shinchan is finally at his wit's end. Ha ha ha. Crayon Shinchan replied to A_large_wolf dog. It's not a problem to pat a dog's head with a smile, laughing emoji. Assassin_Creed. The game manufacturer is the most confident one. Anyway, he didn't take any money from the players, so he can ban whoever he wants. He's a real boss, haha, laughing emoji. Shueli_the_strongest. You keep saying that it's for the sake of everyone's gaming experience. Then why don't you give out some soul coins? Bastard, how stingy are you with soul coins? Are you saving them for the boss to marry his wife, laughing emoji? But I believe that the boss can marry many beautiful wives in the game with just 10,000 soul coins, snickering emoji. Cheated_8000_ from online dating. The idea of marrying a wife with soul coins is really awesome. My family runs a supermarket. Do you want to pay with soul coins and save up 10,000 soul coins to send a betrothal gift to your father-in-law, laughing emoji? Peppa_Boar. Covering face, my father-in-law is playing this game too. He's always following a small guild and robbing people. He's having a lot of fun playing the game, and he always asks me for soul coins. Your idea is totally feasible, covering face. Jedi_warrior. Are there any real estate owners? Can I buy a suite with soul coins, laughing emoji? 6_nukes replied to Jedi_warrior. That's me. I'll definitely sell the soul coins you have. Poor_trash. The local server is an example, and the European server is also an example. When the server covers the whole world, soul coins are the hard currency. I've already made a prophecy, laughing emoji. Lu Wu's assurance made the players heave a sigh of relief. After all, Battle Online had become an indispensable second world in the hearts of many players. Here, they could experience the super physique that far surpassed the top athletes, display superpowers that only existed in novels and movies, and make many friends that were different from reality. Everything was based on their hearts. It was simple and brutal. If they were unhappy, they would fight. Without the constraints of reality, they would live happily in this world. Therefore, they absolutely could not accept the closure of the game. Now that this question had received an official reply and assurance, the bottom of the announcement post was filled with the words, "Long live Battle Online," and "Battle Online is on fire." The post was immediately topped with tens of millions of replies, becoming the most popular post since the launch of the game. Lu Wu was very pleased to see the players being so happy despite being exploited by him. While everyone was discussing, it was soon 8 o'clock in the evening. The bell that signaled the start of the auction rang in the sky above the mansion of the dead. Server announcement: the auction for the encampment has begun. There are a total of 149 cities. The auction will last for 1 hour. The guild that has the priority to purchase the encampment can bid at a fair price. Let's explain the priority to purchase. For example, Player A has the priority to purchase the encampment. After the auction starts, if Player B bids 10,000 soul coins, Player A can bid at a fair price of 10,000 soul coins without raising the price. In this case, Player B, who does not have the priority to purchase the encampment, will have to raise the price again if he wants to purchase the encampment. Otherwise, Player A, who has the same price, will win the bid. However, if both Player A and Player B have the priority to purchase the encampment, they must raise the price and cannot bid at a fair price. Along with the appearance of the game announcement, a huge screen appeared in the sky above the mansion of the dead. Guild encampments with different design styles were lined up on the screen. The backgrounds of the encampment locations were even more diverse. There were encampments on snowy mountains, by the seaside at dusk, by the lake in the mountains, by the maple forest in autumn, and so on. The various styles were too much for the players' eyes to take in. At the same time, their desire for the encampment grew stronger. A bidding interface also appeared in front of all the players, allowing them to choose the encampment they liked to bid for. Game notification: Lu Chai, the castellan of the city of Beiki in the 100 Fortresses Hegemony Tournament. Please have the priority to choose a city. You'll get it immediately with no need to participate in the auction. The appearance of this notification made the players below envious. They all cast jealous glances at Lu Chai, who was smiling happily. Boss, snowy mountains. The scenery of snowy mountains is great. I want to build a snowman. Build your ass. How old are you already? Boss, don't choose snowy mountains. Choose a lake in the mountains. The scenery is so great. You can even take a bath there. Boss, choose the peak of Mount Sun and Moon. You can see all the mountains from there. It's super suitable for our guild. Choose the seaside, choose the seaside. I don't care, choose the seaside. Are you pigs? Boss, don't listen to them. Of course. Choose the Sky City. It's the only floating encampment. It's so cool. Lu Chai felt a headache when he heard the arguments of the guild members. He liked all the guild encampments with different backgrounds. However, it seemed that the members had too much of a disagreement and they were almost fighting each other. This made him feel very helpless. In the end, Lu Chai had no choice but to open the voting system on the guild interface and let them choose which encampment they wanted. When the guild members began to vote, Lu Chai looked at Guyu and the others with a helpless expression. How frustrating! Upon hearing this, Guyu and the other guild leaders gave him the middle finger without hesitation. They disdained to be associated with such a person who took advantage of others. It was really enviable. After 2 minutes of waiting, the result was out. In the end, Lu Chai chose the Sky City, which had 895 votes. Seeing Lu Chai's choice, Yi Shui, who was at the side, suddenly widened her eyes. She felt upset. The Sky City was the only encampment that floated in the sky among all the encampments. She fell in love with it at first sight, but she did not expect Lu Chai to snatch it away. Instantly, resentment surged in her heart, and she cast a death stare at Lu Chai. Seeing that their guild had won the Sky City, the players of the demolition officers raised their hands and cheered. The joy in their hearts was evident on their faces. The selection of the castellan of the city of Bakey has been completed. The auction officially begins now. After the encampment auction officially began, the numbers below all the encampments on the big screen above the Mansion of the Dead began to jump crazily. Many small guilds did not even care about the scenery of the encampment. They just chose the one with the lowest bidding price. As soon as the bidding price was overtaken, they would immediately jump to the next encampment with the lowest price. Even a very gloomy-looking silent forest encampment was overtaken by the price of 10,000 soul coins in an instant. For the small guilds, they knew that they would definitely not be able to snatch the popular encampments. Therefore, they could only choose the remote ones. As for a few popular encampments, the price had risen to a high price of 50,000 soul coins. Fortunately, this sum of money was paid by the guild members. Otherwise, the guild leader would not be able to afford it even if he went bankrupt. Of course, there were a few exceptions. The encampment auction had only started for 5 minutes, and it had already reached its climax. The players below had red eyes and clenched their fists tightly. They were cheering for their own guilds as if they were going to fight to the death. Lu Wu, who was behind the scenes, was delighted when he saw this scene. This was because he could harvest a large number of leeks. This feeling was great. Chapter 230. They were not here to congratulate the Sea King. Most of them were here to find out if the Sea King was telling the truth. After all, the sudden appearance of a colossus that gathered the forces of the 7 nations in this sea region would affect them greatly. At such an important moment, the players would not be negligent. They were all carrying big and small bags. According to the Sea King, everyone who came was a guest. Naturally, he would send someone with a high status. The sea merchants, sea pirates, sea ancient clans, deep sea forces, and so on. The atmosphere in the Mansion of the Dead was unprecedentedly high. Everyone was waiting for the final moment to arrive. The armies of the 7 nations stood by the coast. It seemed like they were protecting the guests, but in fact, they were showing off their power to the outside world. Whoosh! Guyu bids for the Sun and Moon Mountain. For 120,000 soul coins at this moment, the big screen in the sky dispersed with the wind like a smokescreen. It turned into the background of many residences floating in the sky, and the name of the guild was written on each of the residences. Master of the Great Devil Island, please come in. These warships looked very majestic. They shone with a metallic luster under the sun, like sharp blades on the sea. Guyu and his companions were not the only tycoon players in the game. At this stage of the game, there were many new players with high paywalls. Their bidding gave Guyu and his companions a lot of pressure. As time passed, the players' desire for residences was beyond Lu Wu's imagination. At this moment, even the cheapest residences were bidding at a terrifying 100,000 soul coins. The popular residences were bidding at 390,000 soul coins. Sha Shui smiled again as he thought it was the arrival of a superforce. He waited for the warships to approach. This was because these productions represented an extremely huge workload. Representative of the Chiu Nyo Marauders, please come in. Compared to the depth of the void ocean, the seawater of the Kowloon Ocean was emitting a soft, light blue light. There were also sparkling blue plants floating on the surface of the ocean. It looked magnificent, like a fairy tale ocean wonderland. Not only was the map huge, but there were no repetitions of scenes. All of them were self-contained. Even many game guilds and gaming platform guilds like Wu Gui actively participated in it. This news undoubtedly ignited the passion in their hearts again. Some of them were carrying wood spirit wine. Some are carrying delicately prepared meat, and some are hugging spiritual fishes. All of them were beaming, ready to visit the Sea King to send him congratulatory gifts and cheer him on at the same time. Representative of the deep-sea fishmen race, please come in. Of course, there was also a group of forces that were originally attached to the 7 nations. They wanted to continue to pledge allegiance to the Mute nation after it was established. One by one, the battleships and specter ships sailed out of the coast. The following battleships followed suit and headed towards Xanmo Island in the Kowloon Ocean under the lead of Old Turtle, because today was a very important day for them. Happiness is so simple. Sha Shui let out a sigh as he faced dozens of forces. He lifted his head and looked afar. To his surprise, he realized that an enormous fleet was approaching them slowly. As the ruler of a nation, he was actually sent by the Sea King to be a welcoming envoy, which made him feel ashamed. Halfway through the auction, the madness was still going on. When the bell signaling the end of the event rang, the shouts of the members of the guilds who had won the bid echoed in the sky above the mansion of the dead. This price was already higher than many of the top mansions in real life, but the players didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, they felt that it was only natural. The players of the underworld were in an uproar. On the second day after the auction for the encampment ended, players flocked to the Lioli coast. Winning the encampment meant that their development would be in the lead. It also meant that they would have their own home in the game and a bright future ahead of them. Server announcement: this encampment auction has ended. The next encampment auction will be held after the individual battle ladder tournament. It was inevitable that the blood pressure would rise. At this moment, the players were surprised to find that the seawater on both sides of the sea was perfectly separated. Representatives of the Jade Sea Commerce, please come in. This battle would determine whether they could stand out among the players. Many players who thought that they were superior in terms of skills rubbed their palms together. They were eager to make a name for themselves after this battle. The eyes of the players in the mansion of the dead were bloodshot. They stared at the big screen in the sky like gamblers. Every time their guild was on the leaderboard, they would cheer and shout. Lu Wu was no longer surprised by the players' crazy brain tricks. He could already imagine the expression of the Sea King when the time came. This kind of map was completely different from the sandbox games in the market that automatically generated maps according to the template. After all, no one knew when the next batch of encampment auctions would be held. The earlier they got it, the earlier they would have priority in development. No guild would want to miss it. Without the top-up system, they had witnessed the condition of all the items in Battle Online. In their opinion, as long as Battle Online did not go bankrupt, they would not lose anything by bidding for it. As for the guilds that failed in the auction, Lu Wu naturally comforted them. He immediately made another announcement. The king of Sha Shui, who was standing by the coast to welcome the guests, was gritting his teeth in hatred. The players were well prepared. They even used spiritual materials to hire a few old tortoises from the Void Ocean as their guides. After all, they had never been to the Kowloon Ocean. The war fog on the map had not been opened yet. It would take a lot of effort for them to find it themselves. The scene was unusually lively. The 8 guardian spirits stood on both sides of the island to welcome the guests. A blue carpet made of an unknown material led from the coast to the inside of the island. Now, even if Battle Online's official announcement said that this game had been researched for decades, the players would believe it. After speeding up for nearly half a day, the players finally arrived at the border between the Void Ocean and the Kowloon Ocean. Although the weak and cowardly king of Sha Shui was extremely dissatisfied, he had no choice but to obey the Sea King's order. VIP, VIP. I wonder which force in the ocean owns such a huge fleet of warships. Surprisingly, the other kings did not object to this. Instead, they unanimously pointed their spear at him, hoping that he would go. At this moment, the players could not help but exclaim at the horror of the team behind Battle Online. The game notifications kept ringing, stimulating their hearts. Yi Shua, or bid for Mountain Lake. 380,000 soul coins. Looking at the cheering players below, Lu Wu smiled in relief. Wu Gui bid for Twilight Coast. 390,000 soul coins. The players loved such an opponent who worked so hard to become stronger. Following the guidance of the old tortoise, the players changed their direction a few times while enjoying the scenery in the Kowloon Ocean. When the words Shinma Island appeared on the map, they knew that they had arrived at the destination. Chanzu bid for autumn maple. 320,000 soul coins. At this time, countless forces had gathered on Shimo Island. Many players immersed themselves in learning from the expert players in the forum every day. They trained their skills hard in the game just for the start of the individual competition. This was met with another round of cheers. Whether they could win the territory depended on the last half an hour. A few veteran guild leaders, such as Lu Zhan and Yuhan, could not hold on any longer. They gave up the bidding for the popular territories and chose to compete with the relatively high-priced ones. The game notifications kept popping up, and the price continued to rise. This was only the map. Each super-intelligent NPC and enemy monsters had to be calculated separately. All of this could not be completed without time. At this time, a large number of ships were anchored by the Lioli coast, waiting for the arrival of their guild members. Such a high price made Lu Wu tremble. This round of harvesting had surpassed all the previous events. The bidding slowed down in the last 10 minutes, but it was still crazy. The price would jump in less than 10 seconds, even for the most popular territories. Their old rival, the Sea King, was going to build a nation. The island was huge on the map, at least 2/3 of Baki's size. Instead of calling it an island, it was more like a piece of land on the sea. Excitement, indescribable excitement. Chapter 231. As the huge fleet docked, Sha Shui quickly went forward to welcome them. At that moment, a gangway extended down from the warships. The players appeared and went ashore one after another. Sha Shui could not tell which force they were from. He thought for a while and asked, "May I know which force you are from?" The players were stunned when they heard him. Lu Chai, who was the leader, waved his hand and said, "We're old friends of the Sea King. There's no need to be so courteous. We're here to congratulate him on establishing a nation." All right. Please come in." Although he still did not know which force they were from, Sha Shui dared not neglect them since they were old friends of the Sea King and had such a huge force. He gave his subordinates a look and personally led the way for Lu Chai and the rest. They walked along the blue carpet towards the inner island. Along the way, the players were carrying big and small bags, and their faces were filled with joy. Sha Shui was secretly delighted. The few forces that came to welcome them previously were obviously not sincere. However, this huge force came with sincerity. This might be a great help to the establishment of a new nation. After all, their interests were already aligned with the Sea King. It was a good thing for them that the Sea King had such a powerful friend. There were many players who came this time. However, the scale of the nation-building ceremony was huge. The interior was already filled with all kinds of delicacies from the sea and a wide variety of drinks. It was more than enough to accommodate the players. The players' eyes lit up when they saw such a rich feast. They did not expect to get such a good meal by gifting them. "Dear guests, please enjoy the delicacies here. I'll inform the king of your arrival," said Sha Shui with a smile. Lu Chai initially wanted to stop him. However, he let him be after thinking about it. They would meet sooner or later anyway. He only hoped that the Sea King would not throw a tantrum. After all, they were really sincere this time. They did not want to cause any trouble at all. After Sha Shui left, Lu Chai shouted in the live chat channel, "Let's go. We'll congratulate the Sea King when he comes out." The players immediately dispersed and started feasting on the foreign world's delicacies. Compared to the food in the real world, the food here that was made with different ingredients was novel to them. They ate happily and enjoyed it. In the central area of the island, in the palace that originally belonged to Tian Kuan Nation, the Sea King was sitting on the throne as he listened to the lords below him report on their respective resources and territories. From this, he estimated the strength of the unified forces and planned the future development path. As a former overlord of the Void Ocean, he was naturally well versed in this. At this moment, Sha Shui walked towards the Sea King and said respectfully, "You're right. King, it's about time. We can start the nation founding ceremony. Sha Shui then spoke again. Just now a huge fleet arrived. They said that they are your old friends, but they did not tell me who they are. The Sea King frowned when he heard that. During the period when he was ruling the Void Ocean, although he had many alliances, he never had any so-called friends, so he was very puzzled. Are you here to provoke me? Upon hearing that, Sha Shui's expression changed. Monarch, these forces are definitely not here to provoke us. They even brought many gifts with them. Although I didn't check what they brought with them, I can see that each of them had a gift in their hands. It's obvious that they are well prepared. This is not something that a provocative force would do. Upon hearing that, the Sea King relaxed his furrowed brows. He then nodded, stood up, and walked towards the venue of the banquet. Since he could not figure it out, he would go and see for himself. He welcomed his friends, but he would not be courteous to his enemies. This was his home ground. He did not believe that any force would dare to be so arrogant. Seeing the Sea King walk down from the throne, the 7 kings below quickly made way for him. After the Sea King walked past, they followed behind him. As the Sea King arrived at the venue of the banquet, the ocean band that was already prepared started playing. A red carpet instantly formed under the Sea King's feet and extended as he walked. At the same time, balls of water element cannons exploded in the sky. Crystal clear blue raindrops fell, embellishing the Sea King's noble image. The players who saw this scene had an interesting expression on their faces. Cool, that's how a boss should be. He's indeed the most popular boss. Well done. That's great. The Sea King, who worked hard, has finally grown a step further. Congratulations. At this moment, the players felt that the Sea King was very pleasing to the eye today. He was full of charm. In their hearts, there was a sense of satisfaction as if they were witnessing the growth of chives. All of them had a gratified smile on their faces. My lord, the force that I'm talking about is them. Sha Shui led the Sea King to the golden throne that was specially prepared for him and pointed at Lu Chai and the other players. Upon hearing that, the Sea King looked in the direction that Sha Shui was pointing at. However, his face immediately turned pale. How could he not recognize these creatures? If it were not for them, he would still be the overlord of the Void Ocean. He would not have to go through so much trouble to rebuild his force. Furthermore, wasn't all of his efforts to take revenge on them? The Sea King clenched his fists tightly. He could no longer hold back his anger. At the same time, he wanted to give Sha Shui a good beating. How dare he lead this troublesome force here? He should have annihilated them at the coast. It seemed like the ceremony was not going to be going smoothly. The Sea King's eyes gradually turned cold. At this moment, Lu Chai said something in the regional voice chat. Instantly, all the seated players stood up and raised their wine glasses to the Sea King. Congratulations, Sea King! The number of players that arrived was huge. Their roars were full of vigor, scaring the other guests at the scene. Many of the forces that came to check on the situation looked gloomy. They did not expect the Sea King to not only control the 7 nations, but also have such a powerful ally. This was not good for them. On the other hand, the Sea King was furious. To him, the actions of the players were undoubtedly a provocation. However, today was an important day. If a battle broke out here, the ceremony would not be held today. After all, the number of players that came was not small. I'd like to see what you guys are going to do. The Sea King snorted coldly at the players. He flicked his sleeves and sat on the golden throne. The nation founding ceremony begins. Sha Shui shouted at the top of his lungs. Immediately, the 8 nation spirits walked to the back of the Sea King and raised their weapons. From today onwards, Sha Shui Nation, Black Hell, Londi will be merged into a new nation, Mute. The new king, Mu Hai, will be the ruler, the Sea King, with heaven and earth as the witness and the sun and moon as the witness. The long announcement made the players feel sleepy. Compared to that, they were more interested in the food in front of them. They could not help but continue eating. The Sea King's face turned pale. To him, the player's actions were full of provocation. However, he held back and did not explode because he was ready to kill all the forces of Beiki here after the ceremony to establish his authority. After reading the announcement, the Sea King stood up slowly and spoke to everyone. From today onwards, the new nation of Mute is established. Everyone who comes as a guest. I wonder if anyone is willing to form an alliance with Mute. The Deep Sea Mermaid clan is willing to form an alliance with Mute. The Aurora Trade Union is willing to form an alliance with Mute. The Endless Sea Island is willing to form an alliance with Mute. As soon as the Sea King's voice fell, some of the forces that were willing to form an alliance quickly expressed their flattery. Seeing so many forces trying to curry favor with him, the Sea King smirked and was about to speak again. At this moment, a man wearing heavy armor and carrying a giant hammer on his back, who was sitting not far away from him, slowly stood up. Sea King, why did you come to our Kowloon Ocean instead of being the leader of the Void Ocean? Do you think that your territory is not big enough, so you want us to share it with you? As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. These words were undoubtedly a direct provocation. The Sea King's face immediately turned ferocious. He knew the man in front of him. He was Lang Tai, the second son of Langia Island, one of the 3 strongest forces in the Kowloon Ocean. He was also considered a top figure in the Kowloon Ocean. However, the Sea King did not care about this. He was looking for someone to establish his authority. Seeing that this person did not give him any face, it was exactly what he wanted. However, just as the Sea King was about to make his move, he realized that the forces of Beiki suddenly stood up one by one. Smack! 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 The sound of wine glasses being smashed could be heard continuously. Mother ***, what are you doing? F ***CKU. Son of A B ***TCH. Do you have the right to speak here? How dare you oppose the establishment of the Sea King? Are you looking down on us? Mother ***, if it wasn't for the Sea King, we would have ***ked you up right now. Shut up! Don't be so arrogant just because you're wearing armor. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll let you know what a natural disaster is today. Who are you? Apologize to me, or I'll beat you up until you get experience points. Which force are you from? Tell me your name. Do you have a death wish? Has the Sea King established a nation offended you? Also, what do you mean by dividing the territories equally? So what if the Sea King wants all of your territories? Do you believe me when I say that I'll beat your head off? Big Turtle, I advise you to be kind. You're nothing in our eyes. If the Sea King fails to establish a nation today, we'll ask the Great Demon King to dig up your family's ancestral graves and refine them all. Then, we'll make them dance in front of you. Seeing the players pointing at Lang Tai and scolding him, the Sea King was completely dumbfounded. Just now, he thought that the players stood up to support Lang Tai. He did not expect them to point their fingers at Lang Tai, as if they were defending him. The Sea King fell into deep thought. Lang Tai's face turned pale. He turned around abruptly, grabbed the giant hammer on his back, and faced the players. Which force are you from? How dare you provoke me, Langia Kingdom? Do you want to be annihilated? The players were instantly enraged when they heard him. Idiot, west of the Void Ocean, Beiki Force. I've given you the address. Please arrange a fight. Come, come, come. We'll wait for you in Beiki. You're a coward if you don't come. Annihilate us? Mother ***, how arrogant. Those who wanted to annihilate us were all annihilated by us. I'll remember you, Langia Kingdom. You're done for. Go back and eat well, then wait for your death. If it wasn't for the Sea King establishing a nation today, we'd go out and fight right now. F ***CK, your ancestors. The player's scolding made Lang Tai's body tremble. He immediately raised his hammer. Langia Kingdom. Here. The Langia Island guards who were sitting around all stood up. Give me. How dare you? Whoever dares to make a move is my enemy. Let's see who dares to make a move. He Sui took a step forward and looked at Lang Tai coldly. Chapter 232. Faced with He Sui's threat, Lang Tai felt suffocated. After running amok in the Kowloon Ocean for so many years, it was the first time someone dared to point at his nose and scold his ancestors. He could not take it lying down. However, the military force he brought was not enough to fight against the Sea King. He could only look at the players with a pale face. His heart was boiling with anger. He then turned to look at the Sea King. Sea King, what do you mean by this? Are you going to protect them? The Sea King was about to speak when the players went berserk again. Mother ****, who are you threatening? Don't be afraid, Sea King. We'll help you destroy him after you finish building your nation. Protect your ass. Come on, let's go out and have a fight. You wicked thing. Do you know how hard it is for the Sea King? You really deserve to die. You have no sympathy at all, and you're still trying to make trouble. I can't take it anymore. Let's go out and have a fight. To the players, the Sea King was the best leak they had been waiting for. Since Lang Tai dared to cause trouble for the Sea King, it meant that he was going against them. They were so angry that they almost flipped the table and started fighting. The surrounding forces were deep in thought when they saw the situation. To them, it was obvious that the Sea King had befriended a powerful force, and they were here to support him. Their evaluation of the Sea King's forces increased. Meanwhile, the Sea King was completely dumbfounded. He even suspected that he had remembered wrongly. They were supposed to be arch-enemies, and he had annihilated many of their clansmen. What was going on now? Something was not right, especially when they looked at me in a strange way. They seemed to be gratified. The Sea King fell into deep thought again. All right, come out if you want to die. Lang Tai was furious as he walked towards the coast with his hammer. The players were not afraid. They put down their gifts and followed him. Today, they wanted to teach Lang Tai a lesson and let him know what the fourth disaster was and what an evil force was. Obviously, none of the forces expected the nation founding ceremony to turn out like this. However, they were more curious about which force these savage creatures belonged to. How dare they provoke Langya Island? Therefore, they followed them to the coast to see who they could rely on. Monarch, should we send troops to support them? Sha Shui quickly asked the Sea King when he saw the situation. Help who? I would rather help Langya Island than them, the Sea King said as he slammed the table. Sha Shui, He Sui, Tian Kuan. When the other country rulers heard this, they were stunned as well. They did not understand what was going on. Was the Sea King really that cold-blooded? His friend was willing to put his life on the line for him, but the Sea King was actually thinking of helping the enemy. It was truly disappointing. Follow me, let's go take a look. After thinking about it, the Sea King decided to go and take a look. Thus, he levitated into the air, and the kings beside him immediately followed. At this moment, on the coast, Lang Tai was the first to arrive with his men. Following his long howl, countless sea monsters emerged from the sea and began to climb onto the shore. At this time, the players also arrived. Idiot! Do you want to fight on land or on the sea? It's up to you. Lu Chai asked. After being insulted again, Lang Tai felt like he was about to explode. He took a deep breath and said, This is the Sea King's territory. Let's fight on the sea. Then Lang Tai waved his hand, and the Langya guards behind him started climbing the sea monsters and went into the sea. Then, Langya looked at the players with a provocative gaze. However, he was immediately stunned. This was because the players had boarded a large number of warships. Initially, he thought that the warships that were docked here belonged to the various visiting forces. He did not expect them to be the players. This made Lang Ya's heart skip a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. How could a force with such a large fleet be weak? Moreover, they were only participating in the nation founding ceremony. These warships that came to watch the ceremony were definitely only a part of the force. Lang Yu was shocked by his own guess. However, he was already in a dilemma. With so many forces present, if he did not fight, he would be embarrassing Langia Island. He could only grit his teeth and fight. However, he did not intend to fight on the sea. He knew the power of the specter worship. If they were to fight on the sea, this huge fleet could completely crush him. Therefore, he turned around and gave his subordinates a look. Then, the sea monsters climbed onto the shore again. At this time, the forces that followed behind also saw the players' fleet of warships. They were all surprised. They knew how much it cost to build the specter worship. Obviously, they were shocked by the players' extravagance. At this moment, their evaluation of the Sea King rose again. At this time, the Sea King also arrived. He looked at the fleet of warships with hatred in his eyes. How could he not be familiar with these warships? Back then, these creatures used these warships to rob him of a large number of treasures and spiritual materials. Wait, there's a problem with our sea monsters. Now let's fight on land. Lang Tai shouted at the players as he came ashore. Upon hearing this, the players raised their middle fingers at Lang Tai at the same time. Trash will always be trash. You're already afraid. You're really weak. Look at you. You're not even fit to carry the Sea King's shoes. How dare you provoke us? How courageous! This is a resounding slap in the face. Where's your arrogance just now? It's so embarrassing to fight with you. You're the first boss that requires us to go easy on him. How embarrassing! The player's mockery made Lang Tai's face turn pale. However, he knew that he would definitely lose if he started a naval battle. He could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Cut the crap. I'm asking you if you dare to do it. Upon hearing this, the players laughed. There was nothing in this world that they did not dare to do. Even if the gods were here, they would still beat them up if they dared to talk to them like this. Hence, the players jumped down from the warships one by one and began to gather at the shore. Sea King, will it be all right for us to destroy this place? Please don't be angry, Lu Chai said to the Sea King with a smile before the battle began. However, the Sea King only snorted coldly as if he had acquiesced. Come on, it's about time. Let's fight. If we don't smash your head today, we're not called natural disaster. Kill them. Lang Tai, who was scolded again, roared furiously. Instantly, the Langia army behind him began to charge forward. Kill them. Following Lu Chai's words, the players also charged forward. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The spectating forces immediately focused their attention, wanting to see which force would win. However, they were soon stunned. The strength of these players was not as strong as they had imagined. Although they were 10 times weaker in terms of numbers, the combat strength of the Langia army was obviously stronger than the players. Monarch, the situation is not looking good. Do you need help? Sha Shui saw the situation and quickly said to the Sea King, the combat strength of the Langia island is no match for them. The Sea King said coldly as he looked at the two forces that were fighting. He was very familiar with the combat style of these forces. These creatures were people who did not care about their lives. If they were to fight a protracted battle with them, their mentality would collapse sooner or later. Hei Sui and the others who were beside him felt a chill in their hearts when they heard the Sea King saying that he would not help them. They felt that the Sea King was too cold-blooded. At the shore, Lang Tai was overjoyed when he saw that his side had gained the upper hand. He was even prepared to go back dejectedly. However, he did not expect these creatures to be so weak when it came to land battles. He was glad that he had chosen to fight on land. Lang Tai's confidence was boosted. He believed that these creatures would soon surrender under the slaughter of the Langia army. However, as time passed, Lang Tai felt that something was wrong. He realized that these creatures really did not care about their lives. They did not defend themselves at all. They were fighting with their lives on the line and would slash their opponents before they died. Moreover, these creatures' abilities were very strange. They could heal, control, assassinate, fight head-on, and many other forms. What was even more unbelievable was that these creatures would not even look at their comrades when they fell. They continued to attack like crazy demons. The Langya army was getting tired as the battle went on. However, the creatures in front of them were still full of vigor. The craziness of these creatures made the hearts of the forces tremble. To them, this battle was just a battle of pride. It was just a formality like a martial arts competition where one side would admit defeat. However, this did not seem to be the case. Looking at the way the players were fighting, it did not look like a competition at all. It was really a battle of life and death. The more they fought, the more tired and terrified they became. At this moment, Lang Tai really wanted to curse. "Do you guys want to die?" However, the players were indeed reckless. In their eyes, death was just a 3-hour wait. What they wanted to do now was to slap Lang Tai's face until it was rotten. When the battle went on for the 3rd hour, Lang Tai realized that the Langya army on his side was fearful, and their combat power had dropped significantly. In particular, the constant deaths of their comrades had given them great stimulation. This made Lang Tai know that the battle could not continue. There was a huge difference in the mentality of both sides. If the battle continued, the Langya army would be wiped out sooner or later. Hence, he quickly shouted, "Admit defeat! Admit defeat!" How could the players agree with Lang Tai's decision to admit defeat? This was because they realized that the Langya army gave a lot of experience and soul coins. If they were to give up now, where would they get the soul coins and experience from? Hence, the players chose to ignore it and continued to advance. When Lang Tai shouted to admit defeat, the morale of the Langya army collapsed. At this moment, the players attacked fiercely again. They could not unleash their combat power. Their mentality had completely collapsed. "Stop! We admit defeat. We don't have a grudge against each other, right?" Lang Tai saw this and quickly shouted again in an attempt to stop the players' attack. "I'll level up after killing 3 more. You said that you admit defeat. Reject, 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 admit defeat and continue. F***CK, I haven't had enough soul coins yet. What do you mean by stopping when we're having fun? Reject. Idiot, do you think you can stop just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Go to hell. I'm not listening, I'm not listening." The players immediately expressed their refusal to reconcile. At the same time, they raised their weapons again and charged towards the Langya army while roaring. Seeing this scene, the foreheads of the various forces broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the players had been marked as extremely dangerous by them. Many of their comrades had died, but they were still shouting, "Don't stop having fun," and "I'm just getting excited." To them, this was not a battle at all. It was simply a carnival of a bunch of lunatics. There were a few forces that were known as the belligerent clan in the Kowloon Ocean. However, after witnessing the craziness of the players, they had the urge to cover their faces. This was really a belligerent clan. Not only did they not care about the lives of their comrades, but they also did not care about their own lives. They just wanted to fight. The behavior of the players had completely changed the worldview of the various forces. Chapter 233. In fact, the battle had already ended when Lang Tai had admitted defeat. The Langya army had completely lost their will to fight. They could only defend against the players' ferocious attacks. As for the players, there was no need to mention how excited they were. If they caught one, they would kill one. If they caught 2, they would kill 2. Their soul coins and experience were flying. Do you really want to start a war with Langya Island? Lang Tai could only threaten them as he faced the players' relentless attacks. However, the players would not fall for it. What a joke! It would be best if they started a war. It would be best if they would not stop until all of them were dead. Hence, they fought even more ferociously. Retreat! Retreat! Lang Tai could only shout for retreat as his threats were ineffective. However, at this moment, the Sea King's eyes flashed coldly as he snorted. The Mute army, 7 nations allied army, on both sides of the island stepped forward at the same time, blocking their way of retreat. Seeing this, The players' faces were filled with smiles. As expected, the Sea King was generous enough to block the way for them. Now, they could kill to their heart's content. Sea King, what do you mean by this? Lang Tai roared at the Sea King. The Sea King sneered, but did not bother with him. Lang Tai dared to provoke him today, so he had no intention of letting him go. Moreover, after some consideration, he was prepared to start a war with one of the three major forces, Langya Island, to establish his might. After defeating their army, he would incorporate them and expand his own forces. Hence, he was naturally not afraid of Lang Tai's threat. After the massacre continued for a while, Lang Tai's face turned ferocious. His gaze swept past the players and stopped at the Sea King. Sea King, just you wait. I will inform my brother of what you have done today. Wait for the war. As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Tai's body floated in the air as if he wanted to escape. Seeing this, the players were instantly displeased. If the biggest boss ran away, they would lose a lot of their loot. Suddenly, intensive skills were thrown towards the sky in an attempt to stop him. However, at this moment, the Sea King's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. He extended his hand and grabbed forward. As Lang Tai was horrified, a black whirlpool appeared in front of him. A pitch-black, giant hand stretched out from it and grabbed him. Ah! As the black palm tightened, Lang Tai let out a painful scream. Since you said that you want to start a war, why should I keep you alive? As the Sea King chuckled, he squeezed his black palm, causing Lang Tai's eyes to bulge and his body to contort. After the black arm disappeared, Lang Tai's body fell to the ground like a pile of mud, lifeless. What the hell? He's dead? Oh my God, such a heavy loss, my heart aches. F***CK, this is too much. Our spoils of war. Damn it, my impression of you has dropped. Sad, this is ours. Seeing that Lang Tai had been crushed to death, the players pounded their chests in grief. This scene, once again, dumbfounded all the forces present. You didn't look so sad when your comrades died. You were all smiling. Why did you look so sad when the enemy died? Moreover, they could tell that the players' sadness was genuine and not feigned. Everyone's worldview was refreshed once again, and they were all stunned on the spot. After killing the rest of the Langya guards, the players walked toward the Sea King angrily. Sea King, what do you mean by this? You've crossed the line. We came here to congratulate you on establishing a nation, but look at how you repay us. Mother****, how dare you steal our kills? Is this something a boss should do? The Sea King's expression was cold. Although he did not understand, he could tell that the members of the Baiki army were blaming him for taking action. Dear guest, don't be angry. Today is the day of establishing a nation. Come with me to the banquet. The banquet will continue. Sha Shui, who was beside the Sea King, wiped his sweat and quickly said, he had the same thought as everyone else, thinking that the players were blaming the Sea King for not letting them have their fun. Hence, he quickly tried to persuade them to ease the atmosphere. After all, from his point of view, this force was too powerful. He was already fantasizing about a bright future when he thought of joining their allied forces in the future. Hence, he had to treat them as a gift. Brothers, forget it. Anyway, the Sea King will compensate us in the future. Today is the day of the Sea King's nation. Let's treat it as a gift to him. All right, that's it. It's just losing a ghost general. Anyway, the Sea King can give us a dozen ghost generals and ghost kings in the future. Let's forget about this. All right then, but Sea King, what you did is wrong. You have to understand that. After hearing what Sha Shui said, the players thought about it and decided to let it go. After all, the Sea King was the biggest leak in their eyes. They did not care about the other losses, but the fact that the Sea King was still here meant that they would have unlimited soul coins and experience points. Hence, under the Sea King's cold stare, the players walked toward the banquet under Sha Shui's lead as if nothing had happened. After all, they had just finished a fight, and they felt that they had exhausted a lot of energy. It was time to replenish their energy. This time, the other forces looked at the players in a completely different way. There was admiration and admiration, but more than that, there was fear. After all, it was terrifying to be targeted by such a desperate force. They did not even need to think to know that they would not rest until one of them was dead. After this battle, all the forces that wanted to stir up trouble during the nation founding ceremony became quiet. They were afraid that if they said something wrong to the Sea King, they would be scolded by these forces and be forced to fight with their lives on the line. However, other than being afraid of the players and not wanting to be their enemy, the other forces also wanted to befriend them. After all, they were very envious of the Sea King for being able to form an alliance with such forces. Hence, all of them tried to curry favor with him. However, the players did not fall for it. From the players' point of view, everyone present was a future source of soul coins and experience points. Other than the Sea King, who was a growing leek, the rest of the leeks were worthless. They would be gone after a round of harvesting. Hence, they did not want to waste their emotions. The players' attitude made the forces that came to befriend them return in disappointment. However, Hei Sui, Tian Kuin, Sha Shui, and the others were very happy to see this. This meant that only the Sea King was worthy of befriending them. Moreover, from the scene just now, it could be seen that this force valued relationships very much, and they were willing to challenge any enemy for their friends. With the support of such a force, the future of the Mute nation would definitely be prosperous. Looking at the smiles on the faces of Sha Shui and the others, the Sea King's mouth twitched. He was not an idiot, although he did not understand why the Beiki army would help him. He had a feeling that they were up to no good. However, since they did not provoke him this time, the Sea King did not plan to make a move. In short, his priority was to expand the military power of the Mute army and incorporate the surrounding forces. Anyway, he was determined to take over Beiki. He had never forgotten the hatred from that battle. After this incident, the subsequent matters of the nation founding ceremony were carried out smoothly. The players were having a great time eating and drinking. After the ceremony ended, the players were ready to return to Beiki. However, before they left, the players collectively gave the Sea King a determined look and made a cheering gesture. Go for it. Witnessing this scene, the Sea King's mouth twitched. He did not feel good. He did not know why, but he just wanted to strangle them. Meanwhile, Sha Shui and the others saw the players off. After sending them to the ship, they waved goodbye with smiles on their faces, and even said things like, "Come visit us often." Looking at Shinma Island that was gradually getting further away, the players had a satisfied expression on their faces. They felt that this trip was not in vain. Not only did they earn a lot of soul coins and experience points, but the food at the banquet was also very appetizing to them. It could be said that they were satisfied both physically and mentally. Chapter 234. Kuelong Ocean, Shinma Island. After the nation founding ceremony ended, the player army and various forces began to leave one after another. However, there was one player who did not leave with the rest and stayed behind. He was Wang Damong of the Great Dragon Guild. He was supposed to return with the guild members after the banquet ended. However, he had too much to drink and accidentally found a cave in a dense forest while he was relieving himself. From the outside, there was a faint white glow in the cave. After spending a lot of time on the forum, Wang Damong knew that there were opportunities everywhere in this world. Therefore, he walked into the cave with excitement in his heart. In the end, he found a huge piece of white jade in the cave, and a beautiful lady was sitting cross-legged on top of the jade. Under the flickering white light, a graceful figure could be vaguely seen. Her long black hair was casually tied up with an elegant silver hairpin. There was not a single trace of rouge on her face. She wore a bright yellow dress and a green silk belt around her waist. Her slender figure was instantly revealed, and she was extremely flirtatious. Looking at the lady's beautiful face, Wang Damong felt that he was falling in love. She was too beautiful. Was this what it felt like to fall in love? With just a glance, Wang Damong had even thought of the name of their future child. However, the lady suddenly opened her eyes and glanced at Wang Damong. After noticing the infatuation on Wang Dameng's face, her expression gradually turned cold. "Who are you?" "I'm just passing by." Noticing the anger on the lady's face, Wang Damong quickly raised his hands to show that he had no ill intentions. Uft! Just when the lady was about to continue speaking, her body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Her body was wobbling. Upon seeing this, Wang Damong quickly went forward to help her. However, when he saw the lady's cold gaze, he immediately stopped in his tracks. "I have medicine." Noticing the lady's resistance, Wang Damong took a few steps back and took out many spiritual materials with healing effects from the channel. He then passed them to her tentatively. The lady did not answer. Her expression was still filled with vigilance. Obviously, she did not believe Wang Damong. After the two of them stared at each other for a while, the lady's tense body suddenly relaxed and she fell onto the jade platform. Upon seeing this, Wang Damong quickly went forward and opened the analysis menu. Tian Lan, Early Stage Ghost General. Character details. The youngest daughter of the king of the Tianyu Nation, Tian Kuan. She was ambushed during a secret competition with Tian Kuan's other children for the position of king. She was severely injured. Character status. Heavily injured, unconscious, worsening. Wang Damong was stunned when he saw this person's information. He did not expect this woman to be from the Sea King's camp. If that was the case, then they could be considered rivals in the future. However, Wang Damong couldn't bear to see the lady in front of him die just like that. However, this woman wasn't a player, so she couldn't drink the potion. He didn't have any medical skills either, so he was in a predicament. After some thought, Wang Damong had an idea and opened the live stream interface. After all, there were all kinds of talents among the players. He believed that with the strength of the players, they would definitely be able to settle this matter. Help! Is there anyone with superb medical skills? Come and help me think of what to do. Wang Damong could be considered a veteran of the forum. When many people saw that it was his post, they immediately flooded in. Crayon_Shinchan. Damn, Python, you're really something. Where did you find such a beautiful girl? Did you drug her? Shameless. Watermelon_Taro. I'm so jealous. Envy. Scammed 8,000 yuan. Brother Damong, are you here to show off to us? How enviable. 3 black lines appeared on Wang Dameng's forehead when he saw the comments from the players in his live streaming channel. Everyone, please think of a way. She's heavily injured, and because she's not a player, she can't drink any recovery potions. I have some spiritual ingredients here, but I don't know how to use them. She's unconscious and can't eat. Help me think of a way. In the live stream, eat my milk. I'm good at this. Take a look at the wounds on her body first. Then I'll teach you what to do next. Learning medicine can't save Beiki. That's right. You have to look at the wound first. Beiki's herb Shinnong. Only after confirming the illness can you prescribe the medicine. Brother Damong, do as I say. After reading the players' replies, Wang Damong turned to look at the unconscious woman. He scanned her from head to toe and discovered bloodstains on her shoulder, so he reached out with a trembling hand. He gently lifted a corner of the woman's collar, and 2 streams of blood immediately flowed down from her nose. In the live stream, Crayon_Shinchan. F***CK, I'm going to report you for involving pornography in your live streaming channel. This is too exciting, but I have to watch it first before reporting it. Nosebleeding. JP. Assassin_Creed. Oh my god, you're so awesome. Brother Damong. You're testing the waters on the verge of death. I think you'll be the first player to be banned in this game. Nosebleeding. JP. Dark_Magician. Damong, a life is more important. Do it. What are you waiting for? Nosebleeding. JP. After reading the players' comments, Wang Damong gritted his teeth and pulled open the woman's collar, showing her snow-white left shoulder to the players. However, Wang Damong knew his limits. Other than her left shoulder, he didn't do anything too extreme. There was an obvious fist mark on the woman's left shoulder. The center of the mark had turned black, and black lines had formed around it like a spider web. They seemed to be wriggling and spreading to the surroundings. In the live stream, Learning Medicine can't save Beiki. Let's make sure she's not poisoned. Brother Damong, do you have a level 4 spiritual material Mingwa herb? This spiritual material can detoxify. Grind it into powder and apply it to her wound. Wang Damong glanced at the comments in the live stream and nodded. He took out the Mingwa herb from the channel, crushed it according to the player's instructions, and applied it to the wound on the woman's left shoulder. The herb instantly sucked the black color out of the woman's wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Damong was pleasantly surprised. Beiki's 100 herb Shinong. Continue, the color is much lighter, but it's still not enough. Do you have any Mingwa herb? If not, the level 2 spiritual material poison-absorbing fruit will do, but the effect will be much weaker. Medicine addict who studies medicine refinement. If you don't have enough detoxifying herbs, you can crush lava flower and mercury grass and mix them together. It will also have detoxifying effects. I've personally researched it. Seeing the player's replies, Wang Damong, who was worried that he didn't have enough Mingwa herb, finally felt relieved. He started to treat the woman according to their instructions. He had to admit that the players were very powerful. With their guidance, Wang Damong tried bit by bit to remove all the black poison from the woman's left shoulder. Then he followed their instructions and squeezed out all the poisonous blood from the woman's left shoulder. After everything was done, Wang Damong wiped the sweat off his forehead and used analysis on the woman again. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the deteriorating condition on the woman had disappeared. Seeing that the treatment was successful, the players in the live stream channel cheered. In the live stream channel, Crayon_Shinchan, it's a success. Is there going to be a special show next? Laughing emoji. Don't think we don't know what you're thinking. If this is a severely injured male ghost general, I guarantee you'll stab him with your sword. If he doesn't die, you'll stab him a few more times. Laughing emoji, assassin_Creed. Looks are really important in every world. A good-looking person is still popular in the game world. Sigh. Beiki's #1 Casanova. Brother Damong, I can see that you're moved. Do you need me to give you some advice? Wang Damong replied to Beiki's #1 Casanova. Really? Beiki's #1 Casanova replied to Wang Damong. Of course. You have to know that all the creatures in this game have feelings. They're not as rigid as before. Wang Damong replied to Beiki's #1 Casanova. Master, please enlighten me. I want to have an online relationship. Worship emoji. After seeing that Wang Damong really wanted to have an online relationship, the live stream channel was flooded with 666. Since Wang Damong had a good character and had helped many people before, a large number of players who called themselves Casanova took action. Each of them patted their chest and guaranteed that it would be a success. They even started to help him formulate the next plan of picking up girls before the woman woke up. Just now, they taught Wang Damong how to save people through live streams. Now, they were teaching Wang Damong how to pick up girls through live streams. The power of the players was once again demonstrated. The Void Ocean. On the Great Dragon Warship, Chinziu and the others sat together, still discussing their gains and interesting things on Shinmo Island. At this moment, Xue Li reached out to the right with a smile on her face. However, she hit nothing but air. Then her expression changed. Huh, boss, where's Damong? Hearing this, Chinziu looked around and his expression gradually became awkward. He still remembered clearly that after the fight with the forces of Langya Island, Damong was still there. They even drank together at the banquet. How could he disappear? Could he have landed on Shinmo Island? This thought emerged in everyone's mind. Then, everyone fell into silence. Damong, Damong, can you hear me? After thinking for a while, Shuai Li whispered in the guild live channel. She could already imagine Wang Dameng's resentful look at this moment. Hello? Shuai Li, what's up? Dameng's rough voice came through. Damong, you're not angry, are you? Shuai Li continued laughing. Why should I be angry? Why should I be angry? You're really angry. Shuai Li let out a long sigh. Damong, are you going to kill yourself and come back? Or are we going to pick you up? No, no, no. You guys go back first. I have my own specter ship. I can come back by myself. Damong, don't be angry. We didn't do it on purpose. Shuai Li still wanted to save Wang Damong, who might have a mental breakdown. After all, Wang Damong was one of the guild's founding elders. They felt somewhat guilty for forgetting about him. I told you I'm not angry. Damong, can't a man be more magnanimous? It's not a big deal. Shuai Li whispered again. Damong, I'll apologize to you this time. Come back first. Don't be childish. Chan Ziyu could not help but say. Wang Damong was speechless. I really don't want to go. Chapter 235. Love at First Sight. That was Wang Dameng's current state. He had already started to memorize the script while the girl was still unconscious. He was ready to capture the heart of the girl in front of him according to the plot drawn up by the players. Time passed. About 2 hours later, Tianlan's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Wang Damong was looking at her with concern. Are you all right, Smack? Just as Wang Damong was about to ask about her well-being, he was punched in the face and sent flying. She sat up slowly and glanced at Wang Damong, who was lying on the ground. Then, she looked at her slightly wet left shoulder. She was surprised to find that the numbness had faded and she had regained consciousness. She was stunned for a few seconds before she looked at Wang Damong again. The hostility in her eyes had faded a lot. Wang Damong was undoubtedly depressed at this moment. This was not going according to the script at all. Why did I get beaten up right at the beginning? Are these Casanova guys reliable? He slowly got up from the ground and smiled awkwardly at Tianlan. Did you save me? Tianlan stared at Wang Damong. That's right. He had to admit it. At this moment, Tianlan's face was slightly flushed and she looked like she was struggling. Wang Damong was puzzled as he saw the scene. He subconsciously glanced at the live streaming channel. Bakey's #1 Casanova. Based on my years of experience in the field of love, her family's teachings are rather old-fashioned. She probably has to marry whoever sees her body. Laughing emoji, Crayon Shinchan. I saw it too. Laughing emoji, Assassin's Creed. I saw it too. Laughing emoji. Wang Damong felt that the players' frivolous comments were unreliable. However, he was still looking forward to it. Looking at the girl's face that was getting redder and redder, he subconsciously took a step closer. Uft! Tianlan spat out a pool of blood and the redness on her face faded. Tianlan felt much better after forcing out the clotted blood in her body. She then looked up at Wang Damong, who was still approaching her, and struck him with a backhand. Smack! Wang Damong was sent flying again. Why are you so close to me? Wang Damong, who was once again knocked to the ground, wanted to cry but had no tears. Why didn't they follow the script again? This bunch of *T Casanova directors were useless. Can you bring me out of here? If you can, I'll give you a son of the sea, Tianlan said weakly as she looked at Wang Damong. Hearing the son of the sea, the players in the live streaming channel immediately typed 666, thinking Wang Dameng's words. Son of the sea was tempted. Why do you want to leave this place? Although he was tempted by the son of the sea, Wang Damong still asked subconsciously. Wang Damong was asked. Wang of Wang was very. So if I stay here, only death awaits me, Tianlan said with a cold expression. Thinking of the introduction on the Tianlan analysis panel, although Wang Damong understood the reason, he still had doubts in his heart. Then, why didn't you tell your father? My father encourages the fight for the throne and believes that only those who have gone through hardships and stand out have the ability to inherit his position. So at this stage, even if I die, he won't intervene. Tianlan's expression darkened. I can take you away from here. I have the specter ship. Wang Damong replied decisively after understanding the reason. Since the script was not working, he would bring the girl back to Beiki first and take his time with the rest. Tianlan was surprised when she heard that Wang Damong had the specter ship. Bring me away! When Wang Damong heard that, he took a step forward and tried to help Tianlan, but he was sent flying again. You walk in front, I'll follow you. Walk slowly. Wang Damong stood up again and felt helpless. Online love was too difficult. However, he still led Tianlan to the coast, plotting in his heart how to capture her heart next. While following behind Wang Damong, Tianlan's eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings, appearing extremely vigilant. When they were close to the coast of Xianmo Island, Tianlan felt relieved. They could escape soon. But at this moment, a figure dashed over from behind and blocked their way. Sister, where are you going? Didn't you swear to become the monarch of Tianyu Nation? Are you willing to leave? The leading charming girl giggled and stopped in front of Wang Damong and Tianlan. Tianlan's pupil shrank when she saw the girl. She knew something was wrong. Her second sister was here. She would never let her go when she was seriously injured. At this moment, another two figures appeared behind her. In an instant, they appeared on both sides of the charming woman. Big brother, second sister, let me go. I won't participate in the fight for power. The Sea King is the real monarch now. It's meaningless for us to kill each other, Tianlan said weakly as she looked at the three people in front of her. It's true that the Sea King is the monarch, but we're fighting for the position of the 8 lords. You're very talented and a big threat. Do you think he'll let you go since we've joined forces to beat you up? The charming girl looked at Tianlan and smiled happily. A woman's heart is the most vicious. She's your sister. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? And you two men, if I had such a sister, I wouldn't be able to wait to dote on her every day. But you two actually wanted to kill her. Are you still human? Are you still a human dragging the word? Wang Damong couldn't help but scold them. Who are you? This is none of your business. If you leave now, I'll spare your life. The charming girl's expression turned cold. She looked at Wang Damong with murderous intent. Leave. Don't worry about me. Tianlan looked at Wang Damong, who was pretending to be a hero. She wasn't moved at all. She only had one thought in her mind. He must be an idiot. No, I won't leave you behind, Wang Damong said solemnly. He turned around and thought that Tianlan would be touched. Instead, he saw Tianlan looking at him as if he was an idiot. This caused Wang Damong's imposing manner to collapse instantly. Damn it, this isn't how it is in the TV series. Wang Damong was a little discouraged after failing to act tough again. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The charming girl smiled devilishly. She waved her hand and a purple rainbow condensed in her hand. It then turned into a long spear. After sending off the last group of guests, Sha Shui, Tian Kuan, He Sui, and the rest walked back with smiles on their faces. After the nation establishment ceremony, many forces had a drastic change in their attitude towards them. Even Langya Island, which they didn't dare to mess with, was defeated. It could be said that they had vented their frustrations. Now, they felt that being ruled by the Sea King might not be a bad thing. After all, the Sea King controlled the army of death. In addition to the military strength of the 7 nations and the terrifying allied forces, they believed that even if they lost their supreme power, they could still become the overlord of the sea. They were full of confidence for the future. As they were chatting and walking back, Sha Shui suddenly looked into the distance. Tian Kuan, they seem to be your children. Are they going to kill each other? Sha Shui was shocked. Don't worry about them. Let them be. This is what the descendants of Tianyu have to go through. That's how I became the monarch back then. Tian Kuan said nonchalantly. He didn't even look at them. Oh, since you don't mind, well, looking at the two parties who were at daggers drawn. Sha Shui suddenly felt that something was wrong before he could finish his sentence. Wasn't that familiar figure a member of the Allied forces? He still had some impression of this person. He even drank quite a few cups with him during the banquet. At that moment, the charming girl had already struck with her spear. It turned into a rainbow and sped towards Wang Damong. What the F asterisk CK? Stop! Don't! Sha Shui howled as he turned into a ray of light and left. Tian Kuan and the rest also realized that something was wrong when they saw Sha Shui leaving with a drastic change of expression. They immediately turned their heads to look. Tian Kuan's blood pressure was about to drop when he saw what they saw. His own daughter was going to attack the Allied forces that they were so proud of. This was really killing them. Stop! Ah! Tian Kuan howled as he turned into a ray of light and left. Naturally, Wang Damong wouldn't sit still as the purple spear was coming at him. He immediately pulled out his dagger and blocked the attack. However, Wang Damong's strength had not even passed the Ghost Commander trial. Naturally, he couldn't defend himself against an early-stage Ghost General opponent. He was instantly sent flying, and his health was almost depleted. If the attack was any heavier, he would have been killed instantly. How dare you try to be a hero when you're so weak? The girl sneered. She waved her hand, and the purple spear flew back to her hand. She was about to throw it out again. At that moment, a few howls were heard from afar. Then, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. The charming girl's expression froze. Thinking that it was an ambush, she turned around immediately. However, she saw the muddy sole of a shoe getting closer and closer to her. Smack! To everyone's surprise, the charming girl was sent flying by Sha Shui's kick. Who's that? The charming girl who fell to the ground jumped up. She touched the muddy and shoe prints on her face and was furious. At that moment, a gust of wind came from the other side. She immediately turned around and saw the muddy sole of a shoe getting closer and closer to her. She was sent flying again. Tian Kuan heaved a sigh of relief after kicking his second daughter to the ground. He looked at Sha Shui with a grateful gaze. Meanwhile, Sha Shui wiped the sweat off his forehead with a look of lingering fear. The few of them had high hopes for the Allied forces. If they made a mistake now, they felt that not only would the Sea King not forgive them, but they would also not be able to forgive themselves. A few more streams of light descended, and the kings who came later all had frightened expressions on their faces. At that moment, Tian Kuan looked at his two sons and glared at them. Tian Lan's eldest and second brother knelt on the ground without any hesitation. Although they didn't know what was going on, they knew that something big must have happened since the 7 rulers were here. No matter what, they had to kneel down first. Ah! At that moment, the charming girl leaped up again. The purple radiance of the spear in her hand intensified. However, to her horror, she soon discovered that the 7 great lords of the 7 great empires had all arrived. They were all surrounding the young man, their faces filled with concern. His 2 brothers were kneeling on the ground, their heads on the ground. What was going on? She wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even Tian Lan, who thought that Wang Damong was a fool, was stunned. Chapter 236. A smile appeared on Tian Kuan's face when he heard this. Wang Damong's heart melted when he saw that Tian Lan was willing to leave with him. He quickly nodded and brought Tian Lan to the shore. He then summoned his specter ship to Tian Lan's surprise. Young man, don't worry. As part of the Allied army, I will definitely give you an explanation. Tian Kuan said. Father and the others seem to be afraid of you. Who exactly are you? Tian Lan asked. Haha, great, great. You will be this distinguished guest's maidservant from now on. Tian Lan's eyes widened when he heard how Wang Damong had robbed the Sea King's treasures several times, bullied the members of the Sea King Navy, annihilated the Sea King Navy in the end, and killed his undead army. He almost thought that Wang Damong was telling a story. Awesome, From Tian Kuin's point of view, he was the most involved in this matter. If he couldn't give an explanation, the other kings would not let him go. Hence, he was thinking about how to suppress this matter and give Wang Damong a satisfactory explanation. The live stream was still going on. The players who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Once again, Tianlan did not play according to the script. Wang Damong felt that his heart was hurt. Tian Kuin once again bowed respectfully to Wang Damong as he watched Wang Damong's dumbfounded expression. Then he grabbed his 2 sons and left with the other lords. However, the 7 kings were still worried. They knew the temperament of the allied army. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were stubborn. Tian Kuin continued to smile when he saw the shock on Wang Dameng's face. "Since my daughter belongs to you, you may take her away. As for my 2 sons, I will punish them for offending you when we return." "You are too cruel." Wang Damong was shocked when he saw Tian Xan commit suicide without hesitation. "You will have many opportunities to interact in the future. You will get to know each other better." The Sea King took a deep look at Tian Kuin and shook his head. Then he turned around and walked into the back palace. After throwing the Son of the Sea to Wang Damong, Tianlan stood up and walked out of the cabin. Xinmo Island, Mute Palace. Immediately, a white wave appeared and quickly moved into the distance, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Tian Kuin's expression did not change as he looked at his second daughter, who was lying on the ground with hatred in her eyes. Instead, he turned to look at Wang Damong expectantly. Tian Kuin naturally noticed the adoration in Wang Dameng's eyes and was delighted. As for Wang Dameng's position in the banquet, it was obvious that his status was not ordinary. Do you know who they are? Wang Dameng's worldview had been refreshed. She wanted to escape, but with the 7 great empires present, she knew that it was impossible for her to escape. Wang Damong, who thought he could start an online relationship, sat on the deck dejectedly. He held the Son of the Sea in his arms and looked at the direction where Tianlan left. When he saw Wang Damong nod, Tianlan looked very puzzled. "Pada!" Tian Xan, who had already realized that something was amiss, immediately knelt on the ground and looked at Tian Kuin in fear. One asked him to die, and the other died without hesitation? Looking at Tian Kuin, who was rooted to the ground, Sha Shui and the others had mixed feelings. After thinking for a while, they gave Tian Kuin a thumbs up. Although Wang Damong wanted to reprimand Tian Kuin, he hesitated after taking another look at Tianlan. "Father, I agree. Even if you are the king of Beiqi's son, I shouldn't treat you this way. Is there another reason?" Tianlan's face lit up when he heard that it was related to the Sea King. "So you are the Sea King's guest." Looking at Tianlan's shocked expression, Wang Damong simply told him about the glorious battle between the Beiqi army and the Sea King. "No, no way," Tian Kuin said with trembling lips. Wang Damong looked down at the Son of the Sea in his hand and quickly followed him out. However, Tianlan had already jumped into the water. At this moment, he looked at Tianlan, whose face was pale. "Yes, Your Majesty. Such a righteous act is naturally to ensure the future friendship between our 2 forces. As for my 2 sons, I will punish them properly to give the Alliance army an explanation." Tian Kuin seemed to be very proud of what he had done. After the battle with Langya Island, many powerful forces went to befriend them, but they did not give them any face. A series of gasps could be heard. The rulers of the various countries felt that they had received a huge shock. "Let's go," Tianlan said while glaring at Wang Damong. Looking at the smile on Tian Kuin's face, Wang Damong really wanted to punch him. Did the Sea King not tell them about the players' origins? A thought came to Wang Dameng's mind. Naturally, Wang Damong did not know what the 7 kings were thinking, so he looked very confused. Death like wind. I want to see what Brother Damong will choose. I will definitely agree. Laughing emoji, however, from the attitude of her father and the others, it seemed like what Wang Damong said was the truth. "Poverty makes me spicy chicken. Is it too late to go now?" laughing emoji. After all, from Wang Damang's point of view, the two forces were already enemies after the banquet ended. However, their current attitude was obviously different. Crayon Shinchan. Awesome! He calmly let one of his daughters commit suicide and the other become a maid. What a great father! Tian Xan, how dare you attack our esteemed guest? After all, she knew how powerful the Sea King was. Then Tian Kuin turned around and looked at his second daughter, who was holding a purple spear in her hand and standing there in a daze. Beiki? The Void Ocean's territory? Tianlan asked in surprise. Tianlan listened to Wang Damong talking about how they used to bully the Sea King. Esteemed guest, your second daughter has offended you. She has committed suicide. Are you satisfied? Wait, you said that you let your second daughter commit suicide as an apology and gave your younger daughter to him as a maid? My Sea King Navy was also annihilated by them. If it wasn't for them, I would still be the overlord of the Void Ocean. Therefore, they are my biggest enemies. The Sea King added in the end to inform them of the hatred between him and the players. Esteemed guest, Tianlan is my youngest daughter. This incident was my fault. As an apology, how about I give my daughter to you as a maid? Wang Damong was dumbfounded. Damn it, are you still human? This is too exciting. Now that we've left Shinma Island, I'll give you the Sea King's son that I promised you. We're even now. The crisis of breaking up the alliance was temporarily resolved. What happened to being a maid? She ran away just like that? My identity, a member of the Beiki army. Wang Damong answered honestly since he planned to bring Tianlan back. They are the Beiki army, the force that I said we must destroy. Tian Kuin and the others were curious. Although they had been in contact several times, they still did not know which force the allied forces belonged to. Are you still human? Tianlan was shocked and her mind was in a mess. She could not accept the fact that a fool like Wang Damong had such a powerful force behind him. At that time, when Wang Damong saw that the virtual reality helmet was broken, he picked up a broom and fought with his mother for 300 rounds. After a period of silence, Tianlan suddenly raised her head and took out a blue fruit from her waist pocket. She passed it to Wang Damong. As for kinship, the Tianyu clan did not have much affection for their children. Otherwise, they would not have been forced to kill each other in order to ascend the throne. Hiss, there's no need to explain. It's an unforgivable sin for you to almost kill an esteemed guest. However, you're my daughter, so I'll let you leave with dignity. After half an hour of sailing, the atmosphere in the ship was a little heavy. Neither of them spoke. Wang Damong could not help but shudder if he were to judge by the Tian Kuin monarch's family rules. He would have died a few hundred times by now. Tian Xan looked miserable. His hand that was holding the spear was trembling. Monarch, what do you mean by awesome? Tian Kuin was shocked. The Sea King naturally would not say that it was a term he learned from the players. Before Wang Damong could speak, Tianlan spoke first. Maybe it has something to do with the Sea King. After all, we're old friends with him. Watermelon_Taro. My worldview was refreshed when I met a retarded clan on the Devouring Island. This time it's even more awesome. I'm impressed. After his two sons stood up, Tian Kuin spoke to Wang Damong again. Esteemed guest, we still have something to report to the monarch. We'll take our leave for now. Wang Damang's expression changed when he heard the word esteemed guest. We might be on good terms with the Sea King now, but we'll have to fight him sooner or later. The 7 monarchs had mixed feelings about this force. What the F***CK? Where's the trust between humans? Didn't you agree to it just now? Are they really father and daughter? Tian Kuin suddenly recalled his childhood. Back then, he loved to play games and esports, but his grades were always poor. His mother was so angry that she smashed his virtual reality helmet and beat him with a broom. As he spoke, Tian Kuin turned around and glared at his 2 sons who were kneeling on the ground. Follow me back. The Sea King's expression became more and more interesting as he listened to Tian Kuan and the others. The 7 monarchs heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Wang Damong did not suffer any serious injuries. After both of them boarded the ship, Wang Damong was already fantasizing about his beautiful future. The Sea King almost laughed when he heard that. Then he gave Tian Kuan a thumbs up. Awesome. Assassin_Creed. I'm pounding my chest. We've already left. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed there and asked them to give me a few more. Tian Xan slowly raised his purple spear and glared at his father with a venomous gaze. Then, the spear turned into a purple stream of light and slashed his neck. His body collapsed to the ground. Tian Xan's heart trembled when she saw Tian Kuan's cold gaze. Then her face turned ashen. Father, I didn't know. Everything I did was in accordance with the clan's rules. I didn't do anything wrong. She knew that she had no chance of survival since Tian Kuan had said that. Hence, they were thinking about how to give her an explanation. She was a living beauty, and it was impossible to say, I don't want to. Sure enough, television dramas were full of lies. Did this mean that the so-called Allied forces that they had tried so hard to please were actually their greatest enemies in the future? There was anticipation and fear, but they definitely did not want to break ties with them. Chapter 237. After the establishment of the Sea King, the players' lives returned to normal. Other than looking forward to the Sea King becoming stronger, activities such as cutting trees and farming death beasts continued to be a daily routine. Currently, the number of the Death Clan in the Void Ocean had increased again. They even took the initiative to approach Beiki, and the battles with the players became more frequent. Lu Wu had already guessed what the Sea King wanted to do. It was obvious that the Sea King wanted to use the Death Clan's never-ending characteristic to wear down the strength of the Beiki army. When he had a firm foothold in the Kowloon Ocean, the Sea King would gather his forces and fight to the death with him. However, the Sea King did not know the characteristics of the players, so it could only be said that it was too realistic. However, Lu Wu was very satisfied with the Sea King's operation, and the players were even more satisfied. He was indeed the most popular boss villain. At the same time, Lu Wu had already begun to plan the expansion of Beiki's land territory. The land of Tsangshu of the European server was in the north, so he naturally did not consider this area. Therefore, the barren grassland in the west and the Arctic abyss in the south became Lu Wu's next expansion target. Due to the departure of the frozen Ghost Emperor, Lu Wu realized that the iceberg in the Arctic abyss had begun to melt. Moreover, the players who learned from the forum that the Earth-Breaking clan had the materials for the advancement of Rune Masters found out that the Earth-Breaking clan had also disappeared after exploring the barren grassland in the west. This was undoubtedly good news for Lu Wu. Although the Earth-Breaking clan and the Ice-Snow clan did not have many clansmen, the strength they possessed was undoubtedly formidable. With the current strength of the players, although they could rely on unlimited resurrections to fight against them, there was still a gap in overall strength. Now that these ancient clans had left, it could be said that the entire power of Beiki was under Lu Wu's control. After careful consideration, Lu Wu finally decided to expand his land territory to the land of the 9 luminaries in the west of the barren grassland. After all, the direction of the Arctic abyss was too cold and not suitable for the players to fight. Lu Wu did not consider it for the time being before the iceberg melted. After confirming the direction, Lu Wu asked the omnipotent Bei Li about the distribution of power in the land of the 9 luminaries. According to Bei Li, although the land of the 9 luminaries was made up of 9 powerful forces, it was not as scattered as Beiki. It was a completely unified territory. This was because this area was controlled by 9 brothers. Among them, the eldest Xing Yao was the ruler of the land of the 9 luminaries. His strength was at least above the late Ghost Emperor stage. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to conquer the land of the 9 luminaries. Since these 9 brothers were very united, they would definitely stand together against an invasion. Hence, if a war were to break out directly, the whole of Beiki might be conquered. However, Lu Wu was not in a hurry. Instead, he began to design the main mission of developing westward in advance. After making up his mind, Lu Wu felt that it was time for him to go out. During this period of time, he had been staying at home for a few months because he had become a kitten. Therefore, he planned to go out and have a look today. He would buy some ingredients on the way back and cook a good meal for Bei Li. After all, he was about to throw up from eating Bei Li snacks. After greeting Bei Li, Lu Wu went downstairs and headed towards the supermarket. As he breathed in the fresh air of the outside world and watched the sunset glow, Lu Wu realized how wonderful it was to be human. As he turned into an alley, Lu Wu's phone suddenly rang. After unlocking the screen, Lu Wu realized that it was another call from the Jetta Corporation. Hello? What's the matter? Lu Wu thought for a while and picked up the phone. I'll give you one last chance to reconsider. Are you going to remove the shield on our gaming pods or not? The voice on the phone sounded a little hoarse, but Lu Wu laughed. The company has no money and the R&D team can't afford to pay us, so there's no other way. You've just gained a foothold in the gaming world. I think you're still too inexperienced and naive. Do you really think that we can't do anything to you? The person on the other side continued. Oh, are you threatening me? Call 911 to find out. Do you know, I thought it would be very troublesome to find you, but I didn't expect you to use an ordinary unencrypted phone. This is really out of my expectations, and it's saved me a lot of effort. Since you've chosen to be our enemy, I'm sorry. As soon as she finished speaking, the call was hung up. Lu Wu was baffled by the beeping sound that came from the other end of the line. However, he felt a gust of wind behind him. Bam! His head was hit hard, and at the same time, a burly figure appeared behind him. The man seemed to be waiting for Lu Wu to fall, but after a few seconds, he realized that Lu Wu had turned around with a dumbfounded look on his face, scratching his head with his right hand, looking very surprised. Seeing this scene, Number One's eyes widened. Although he had held back on this blow, the organization's order was to kidnap Lu Wu and bring him back. Even so, this blow was not a problem to knock Lu Wu out, but he did not expect Lu Wu to be unscathed. Who are you? Lu Wu could not help but complain. However, he immediately noticed the black iron rod in the burly man's hand. Thinking about what the Jetta Corporation's representative said on the phone, Lu Wu already knew where this man came from. At this moment, Number One struck again. He suddenly raised the iron rod and swung it at Lu Wu's neck. This time he used more force, believing that Lu Wu would not be able to withstand it. Smack! Lu Wu still did not defend, but the way he looked at Number One had completely changed. How is this possible? Number One was very surprised. He knew very well how strong he was. After the experimental modification, he could easily lift a bull, but his attack did not have any effect on Lu Wu. This even made Number One suspect that there was something wrong with his body, and that all the strength he obtained from the modification had disappeared. At this moment, Lu Wu understood that the Jetta Corporation was preparing to play dirty, and his face could not help but turn dark. He reached out and grabbed the iron rod at his neck, slowly moving it away. Then, with a gentle tug, he caused Number One to stumble, and he snatched the iron rod from his hand. Then, under Number One's astonished expression, the iron rod made of alloy was twisted like a fried dough twist, and finally it was crumpled into a ball by the seemingly weak man in front of him. Is he still human? Could he be a modified human? Number One's eyes widened. After seeing Lu Wu's methods, Number One knew that he was no match for him, so he immediately turned around and started running. Seeing this, Lu Wu squinted his eyes and aimed for a while, then raised the iron ball in his hand and threw it at Number One. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and a hole appeared on the ground. Looking at the hole made by the iron ball, Number One was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he increased his running speed again. I missed! Seeing that he did not hit the target, Lu Wu also started running. Although Number One was running very fast, and could even be described as flying, he was still much slower than Lu Wu. Very soon, Lu Wu caught up with him, and he was punched to the ground. Number 1, who was punched in the back, felt as if he was hit by a train from behind. His internal organs were all shaken, and he could not help but spit out a pool of blood, and pieces of flesh could be vaguely seen. Looking at Number 1, who was lying on the ground and completely incapacitated, Lu Wu began to think about how to deal with him. Killing him was very easy for Lu Wu. However, what puzzled Lu Wu was that this burly man was also a cultivator. Otherwise, how could he have such great strength? Chapter 238. In the battle artifact space, Lu Wu and Bei Li were looking at Number 1, who was tied up in mid-air, checking on his physical condition. Kue D experimental body. Character details. A modified human from the Jieda Corporation's underground technological laboratory. His body has been cleansed by spiritual energy, and he has gained extraordinary strength. His serial number in the organization is Number 1. Character status. Brainwashed, unconscious. I didn't expect the Jieda Corporation to be researching and developing the use of spiritual energy. Bailey was surprised as she looked at Number 1. Can they succeed? Lu Wu asked curiously. It's impossible. The spiritual energy in the world is already thin. I guess they must have found a way to cultivate from some ancient documents. They extracted the thin spiritual energy from the experiments and injected it into Number 1's body. Then they used the experimental equipment to forcefully circulate it in his body, which resulted in the change in his physical condition. All in all, it's a forced cultivation with the help of the equipment. This kind of cultivation will definitely damage his foundation. Even if he gains great strength, it will only be temporary, and he won't live for long. Lu Wu nodded as he understood the theory. However, the fact that the Jieda Corporation had modified humans and an underground laboratory was beyond his expectations. Lu Wu frowned as he recalled the representative from the Jieda Corporation saying that he was still too young over the phone. Literally, help me modify my phone too. Now that my phone is not encrypted, they can locate me through my location. Although I'm not afraid of them, it will be troublesome. Bailey nodded. Oh yeah, should we return them a big gift? What big gift? Bailey pointed at Number 1. If they can modify him, so can I. Moreover, with the artifact, it will be easy to brainwash him again. When the time comes, I'll send the strengthened version of Number 1 back to them. Lu Wu's face broke into a smile, and he nodded. Bei Li was the best when it came to research and development. She was a magical loli who believed in science in the cultivation world. Dragon Nation, in a villa in Chiyun City. The alarm woke up Yin Xiaoqi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. She bent over and stood up, looking around in confusion. She then stared at the alarm clock that was still screaming. After a few seconds of silence, Yin Xiaoqi, who had recovered a little, slowly pressed the alarm clock, then fell back onto the bed and slept soundly. Yin Xiaoqi, get up. As the mechanical voice sounded, the bed suddenly began to shake. Xiao Guai, let me sleep for another 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Yin Xiaoqi closed her eyes and hugged the quilt. Her body swayed with the bed skillfully. The second step of the awakening process has been initiated. All of your devices will self-destruct in 5 minutes. The countdown begins now. Hearing that she was going to self-destruct, Yin Xiaoqi, who had a lazy expression on her face and was about to continue sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes wide and quickly jumped up from the bed. Xiao Guai, let's talk this out. Don't blow yourself up so easily. At this time, a blue flying box slowly floated above Yin Xiaoqi. An angry expression appeared on the screen. Hurry up and start your decryption plan. This is the rule you set yourself. You can't go back on it. When Yin Xiaoqi heard this, she waved her hand sadly. Got it. I'll get up now. After putting on her clothes, Yin Xiaoqi still looked sleepy and sleepy. Opening the curtains, the warm sunlight flooded the entire room. Yin Xiaoqi stretched lazily. Her curvaceous body looked particularly charming under the sun. Xiaoqi, your breakfast is ready. As the voice of the AI butler Xiao Guai sounded, a dining car pushed the door open and slowly stopped in front of Yin Xiaoqi. After eating breakfast, Yin Xiaoqi's face finally had a trace of vitality. Xiao Guai, maybe we can solve the puzzle today. I'm really looking forward to what treasure it is. Come on, you're the best. The butler Xiao Guai swayed back and forth in the air. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoqi smiled and stepped to the side of the bed. She reached out and pressed on the wall. A green ray of light shot over and swept over her body. The wall automatically separated, revealing a passage, and Yin Xiaoqi stepped into it. As the light automatically lit up, a full view of the interior of the wall was revealed. It was filled with all kinds of mechanical equipment, some of which were still running automatically. With the sound of grinding gears and the flashing lights, the interior looked like a mysterious laboratory in a sci-fi movie. Yin Xiaoqi came to the console and sat down. As all the screens in front of her were lit up, she had an expectant look on her face. ZZZX treasure plan. If you think your IQ is comparable to that of a god, then prove it to me. You who have solved all the clues will get my treasure. The familiar interface appeared in front of Yin Xiaoqi. After this line of words dimmed, the interface jumped. ZZZX treasure plan, level 258. Final chapter, start the decryption. Seeing the words final chapter, Yin Xiaoqi clenched her fists excitedly. The ZZZX treasure plan was a difficult problem that Yin Xiaoqi had been trying to solve for the past few months. She had first discovered this plan on the dark web, and it had caused quite a stir in her circle. Many people had tried to track down the person behind this puzzle, wanting to know if it was a prank or if there really was a treasure hidden in it. However, other than knowing that the creator of this puzzle claimed to be Bailey, there were no other clues. Even Yin Xiaoqi returned empty-handed after several searches. Because of this, the success of this treasure plan aroused Yin Xiaoqi's curiosity. She believed that her IQ was higher than 99% of humans, and she wanted to challenge the puzzle to find out what the final treasure was. However, after some contact, Yin Xiaoqi had to admire the creator of this puzzle. At the beginning of the puzzle, there was only a picture with white words on a black background, with the words ZZZX treasure plan written on it. There were no other hints. Naturally, the first level was not difficult for her. After studying the picture carefully, Yin Xiaoqi tried to zoom in and out of the picture to find clues, but it was to no avail. She then opened the picture with a text editor and tried to crack it with the Caesar decryption method. This time, she got the link to the next puzzle. However, this was just the beginning. All the puzzles were closely linked, and the difficulty kept increasing. From cryptography to Mayan numerals, even religion, occultism, and even art were involved. The clues to answer the questions ranged from the internet to the streets of cities in various countries in reality. The scope of the puzzle was so wide that it made one's hair stand on end. During the decryption process, she wanted to give up several times and even almost broke down. However, due to her stubborn character, she persevered. The 258th level was the last level of the puzzle. As long as she could solve it, she could get the treasure behind the puzzle. As the black words faded, the final puzzle appeared. Hello, smart person who has come to the last level. This is the last test. Now, I will give you a link. Put on the virtual reality helmet and open it. There will be the final test. If you can pass it, the treasure is yours. Yin Xiaoqi's face showed a charming smile. Treasure, treasure. After that, she followed the instructions and put on the virtual reality suit and virtual reality helmet. Then, she clicked on the link to the final level in the interface. Her line of sight passed through the blue light curtain and was shrouded by a white light. At this time, Yin Xiaoqi suddenly felt a headache, and then she realized that she had lost control of her body. The sudden change made Yin Xiaoqi feel uneasy. She immediately tried to exit the interface. However, to her horror, no matter how hard she tried to force the exit, the virtual interface never appeared. She tried very hard to open her eyes and tried to control her body to do some movements, but she felt that she had completely lost the sense of these parts, as if she had been paralyzed. In such a dead silence, Yin Xiaoqi finally panicked. She had only opened the link, but she had lost control of her body. Even the virtual equipment's emergency exit system did not work. All of this seemed too strange. Yin Xiaoqi forced herself to calm down and comforted herself that this was just the process of decrypting the puzzle. Whether she succeeded or failed, she would be released. In this fear, a picture suddenly appeared in front of Yin Xiaoqi's eyes. It was a frozen picture, like the background screen of a monitor. Moreover, this picture could not be moved and was completely out of her control. In the picture was a bulky computer, and there were many messy drawings on the table. The chair next to the table was even more broken. The cotton in the back of the chair was exposed, as if it would fall apart at any time. Such a frozen picture continued, making Yin Xiaoqi more and more uneasy. Everything in front of her was strange, and she could not understand what was going on. After an unknown amount of time, the picture finally changed. A white-haired old man wearing a white coat and a pair of thick glasses suddenly appeared on the screen. He stretched in front of his desk, then picked up the blueprint and looked at it. Then he looked at the computer and pressed a few keys on the keyboard. Suddenly, the screen jumped, and a group of symbols appeared on the computer screen like garbled codes. After the old man glanced at it, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately looked at Yin Xiaoqi. His eyes seemed to be able to see Yin Xiaoqi through the frozen picture. "You actually came out. He seems to be talking to me?" Yin Xiaoqi thought, but she had lost control of her body. Even if her heart was full of doubts, she could not answer the old man's question. However, while Yin Xiaoqi was thinking, a group of strange characters appeared on the computer again. However, she had never seen such twisted characters before, and she did not know what they meant. The old man glanced at these characters and sighed. "You're the first to escape. I really didn't expect you to be able to solve all the secrets. Congratulations, you succeeded." Yin Xiaoqi was very smart. She immediately realized that her thoughts seemed to be able to appear on the old computer as strange characters. Then she moved her mind, and suddenly a string of characters appeared on the computer again. She was basically asking, where was this place? Why am I here? After the white-haired old man saw the string of characters, he frowned and thought for a moment. Then he seemed to understand something. He took out something that looked like a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button on it. To Yin Xiaoqi's surprise, the picture began to rotate slowly, and soon the picture was fixed again. The picture in front of her made Yin Xiaoqi's pupils suddenly shrink. Inside a large cylindrical glass enclosure, a pulsating brain was immersed in a light green liquid, and there were many small tubes inserted around the brain. It looked very frightening. "This is you." The white-haired old man's figure appeared in the picture again, pointing at the brain and saying to Yin Xiaoqi. Yin Xiaoqi felt that this old man was simply crazy. He actually told her that she was only left with a brain. The white-haired old man seemed to know that Yin Xiaoqi could not accept it, so he did not speak again, waiting for Yin Xiaoqi to recover. "Did something happen after I clicked on the link? Could it be that the laboratory exploded and only my brain survived?" However, she immediately denied her guess, because with the current level of technology, it was still impossible to let a brain survive and operate on its own. The white-haired old man glanced at the characters that appeared on the computer and shook his head. "You have always been like this from the moment you were born, because you were created." Hearing this, Yin Xiaoqi really felt that she was dreaming. She had 23 years of life experience, but the sloppy old man in front of her told her that she had always been a created brain. This was extremely ridiculous. Since you've already come out, there's no harm in telling you. In fact, everything you've experienced is fake, including the world you think of. The final treasure is to tell you the truth and bring you out of that virtual world. The white-haired old man's words were shocking again. As if he knew that Yin Xiaoqi would not believe his words, the white-haired old man pushed up his glasses and continued. The nerves in your brain were all connected to the computer next to me by the top neuroscientists. Everything you've experienced is a computer simulation, including your sense of touch, taste, and all other sensations are transmitted to you by the computer through your neurons. So you'll have the illusion that everything is real. Do you think I'll believe what you said? I'd rather believe that everything here is an illusion. Yin Xiaoqi thought coldly in her heart, because all of this was unacceptable to her. No matter how real the white-haired old man's words were, she would not believe it, because his parents, friends, and everything else were so real. They were all living flesh and blood, so how could they be fake? This is an experiment. This computer simulated everything you've experienced. Even if you don't believe it, you can't deny the reality of all of this. And as someone who has solved all the puzzles, you have the right to know the truth. Tell me that all of this is fake. Yin Xiaoqi roared angrily in her heart. Glancing at the computer screen, the white-haired old man smiled. I know that all of this is unacceptable, but it is the truth. Yin Xiaoqi's heart could not calm down for a long time. Just as she was about to deny the old man's words again, she suddenly remembered that if her world was fake, why did it feel so real? Could it be that the cumbersome computer could really simulate it? Furthermore, there was a vast universe outside of the Earth that she lived in. Was that something that could be simulated? After seeing Yin Xiaoqi's thoughts, the old man could not help but shake his head. How did your universe come to be? The Big Bang of the singularity gave birth to the universe. This thought appeared in Yin Xiaoqi's mind without hesitation. From nothing to something. Don't you find it strange? The real world has no boundaries, but the world you're in is a quantified existence. Space can be quantified. Time can be quantified. Everything can be quantified. Although Yin Xiaoqi did not study this, she knew that this was indeed the case in the world she was in. After all, even light had been quantified. As if sensing Yin Xiaoqi's doubts, the white-haired old man continued. Just like the photos on the computer in the virtual world, if you keep zooming in, you'll find that the photos are actually made up of pixels. That doesn't mean anything. Then let me give you another example. In the world you're in, there's a sandbox game called Minecraft. Everything in the game has a limit. Just like building, the tallest building is 250 units, and there's no way to build anything higher. The old man suddenly smiled. Then who set this rule? Yin Xiaoqi was shocked. This game was naturally set by humans. Moreover, why does it rain in your world? The old man continued to ask. Naturally, it's because water vapor floats to a certain height and turns into small water droplets when it cools. The small water droplets form clouds, and the clouds collide with each other to form large water droplets. Due to gravity, they fall and turn into rain. Yin Xiaoqi answered without hesitation. Oh, the wrinkles on the old man's face relaxed. Then why does water turn into water vapor? Why does water form small water droplets? Why can't air support water droplets, and why is there gravity? Can you tell me the answer? Before Yin Xiaoqi could answer, the old man continued, these are all like the rules of a game. Correspondingly, the rules of the virtual world you're in are also set, but the real world can't be defined. It's almost like the chaos that you know of. Your world, on the other hand, is made up of rules that are like the rules of a game. Everything has a limit. Then what if it exceeds the limit? Yin Xiaoqi was a little afraid. The white-haired old man pushed his glasses up again. In the virtual world you're in, the fastest speed is the speed of light. If you exceed the speed of light, the surrounding space will distort accordingly. This is the same principle as a computer. It will become laggy under overload. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoqi fell silent because she realized that she couldn't refute the old man's words. But in her heart, she still firmly believed that the world she was in was real, because everything was so real. You think that a clumsy computer can't simulate such a real world, but that's because you've fallen into the wrong line of thinking. After all, the virtual world you're in has rules, but the real world I'm in has no rules. Even a computer the size of a finger can easily simulate the operation of the entire universe in the virtual world you're in. Yin Xiaoqi suddenly didn't want to argue with her anymore. Can you send me back? Even if that world is fake. The old man smiled. Your thoughts have already jumped out of that simulated world, and you can't go back. As the one who cracked it, congratulations on coming to the real world. Live on in this form. Be *starred, why don't you just kill me? Yin Xiaoqi's emotions once again fluctuated greatly, causing a long string of words to appear on the computer screen. This is the real you. Isn't it good to return to your true self? Good my ass. The white-haired old man didn't get angry. He still looked at the screen with a smile, then took out a remote control again and pressed it. Immediately, the image in front of Yin Xiaoqi's eyes began to spin again. Rows of cylindrical glass covers appeared in her vision, and within these glass covers, as expected, were jumping brains. You're not alone, but they don't exist in your world. I've simulated an independent world for each of them. Why did you do that? No reason. I just wanted to confirm something. Don't be too smug. Maybe the world you're in is also fake, and you're just a brain soaked in a nutrient solution. Seeing the words that appeared on the computer, the white-haired old man was obviously stunned for a moment, but then he smiled again. I suspected this possibility, but there are no rules in my world, so I believe that I'm real. Do you have proof? Why can't there be a limit and be real? Maybe you're just a brain that's about to rot. There's no difference between us, so don't look at me with pity. Why are you angry? You should know that your current mood swings are also simulated by this clumsy computer for you. You didn't create them yourself. *CKU, you're so awesome. Try making me unable to produce emotions. This is something that was given to you the moment you were created. Unless you're completely disintegrated, it's impossible to achieve this. The old man's tone was as calm as water, but his words revealed a non-committal point of view, causing Yin Xiaoqi's firm belief to constantly waver. Suddenly, Yin Xiaoqi's mind flashed. She thought of a sentence from Descartes' Idealism in the world she was in. I think, therefore I am. Even if everything is fake, as long as my thoughts are real, then I'm real. The idea in Yin Xiaoqi's mind immediately appeared on the computer screen, and the old man who saw this immediately fell into deep thought. Can you explain? Even if the computer has given me emotions, how can you explain that I can think about this? Could it be that my conversation with you is actually this cumbersome computer chatting with you? The old man suddenly fell silent. For a moment, he couldn't answer Yin Xiaoqi's question. Yin Xiaoqi's words caused the old man to fall into his own paradox. If he answered that Yin Xiaoqi's thoughts were fake, then it meant that he had actually been talking to his computer all this time. But if he answered that Yin Xiaoqi's thoughts were real, then Yin Xiaoqi was real. What? Can't answer? Even if you say that my thoughts are fake, I won't believe you, because I believe in myself, the world, and my parents and friends. They're all real. I think, therefore I am. You really are a very special existence. The old man suddenly smiled with gratification. He looked at Yin Xiaoqi with a satisfied expression. Yin Xiaoqi didn't say anything and continued to remain silent. Congratulations. You've successfully passed this test. From now on, you'll receive my gift and return to your world. What do you mean? Could it be that everything you've said is really false? Is this just the final test of the puzzle? Yin Xiaoqi suddenly became excited. The old man smiled slightly. I can't answer whether you're telling the truth or not, because this is just a guess of mine and I can't prove it. At this moment, the old man took out the remote control. All right, I'll send you off. You've succeeded. The screen gradually dimmed. Who are you? Before leaving, Yin Xiaoqi asked the question in her heart. You can call me Bailey. Chapter 239. After getting out of the artifact, Lu Wu and Bei Li looked at each other and smiled. They had gained a lot this time. It was because they had found a talented young man. The puzzles of the 258 checkpoints were personally released by Bailey a few months ago. The goal was to find a talented person with high IQ and talent, and to use him in leading troops in Battle Online. Although Battle Online had a large number of players, there was still a big gap, which was the lack of a talented military advisor. Although Lu Chai and Wu Gui had the ability to lead troops, they were still lacking in terms of ability in large-scale battles. At this stage, Beiki was about to start the Battle of New Territory, and Lu Wu was desperate for such a talent. Although he had found many capable players in the forum, they were still far from what Lu Wu needed. Lu Wu was troubled at first, but he did not expect Bailey to tell him that someone had solved the puzzles released 3 months ago and had entered the final stage. Bailey had to personally solve the last stage. She used the artifact to disguise herself as a white-haired old man to play chess with Yin Xiaoqi, who had solved the puzzles. After all, her existence could not be exposed. In fact, Yin Xiaoqi was completely at a disadvantage. She could not explain the assumptions given by Bailey at all. However, that was not what Bailey wanted. She wanted to know what Yin Xiaoqi was thinking when she was faced with these questions. In the end, even though Yin Xiaoqi could not prove it, she still insisted on her point of view, which was acknowledged by Bailey. Therefore, after Yin Xiaoqi threw out the theory of I think, therefore I am, Bailey chose to go easy on her and let her pass the test. This was because Yin Xiaoqi had proven her talent and met Bailey and Lu Wu's requirements. The 258 questions ranged from astronomy and geography to various kinds of commanding troops and battle formations, as well as various kinds of academic research. Although Yin Xiaoqi relied on the convenience of the internet age to search for a lot of answers, it still proved her own talent. Even though she had no experience in leading troops to war, Lu Wu wanted her talent, which could be cultivated in the game. Therefore, she had been recorded in the booklet of talented players by Lu Wu. The next thing to do was to bring her into Battle Online. The virtual interface slowly appeared in front of her. Yin Xiaoqi took off the virtual reality helmet without hesitation, a look of lingering fear on her face. Everything that happened just now was so real that she even thought that she was really just a brain soaked in nutrient solution. Real? Illusion? Yin Xiaoqi touched her cheeks and fell into a state of doubt. Not only did he create such a realistic virtual environment with just a link, but how did he manage to control my virtual equipment and confuse my brain? If it was a hacking technique, Yin Xiaoqi would definitely scoff at it, because she was one of the top hackers in the world, and it was impossible for her to do it. A technology that far exceeds current technological development, supernatural abilities, extraterrestrial technology. Yin Xiaoqi's mind was in a mess. However, the person who claimed to be Bailey left behind too few clues. She could not find any clues. At this moment, she recalled Bailey's last words before she left that strange world, which was, "I'm going to kill you. I can't prove whether it's true or not, because it's just my guess. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll go crazy if I think about it anymore." Yin Xiaoqi threw the virtual reality helmet on the ground angrily and turned her head to the screen. "I'd like to see what the final treasure is." At this moment, the screen showed an envelope that was burning with purple flames. Yin Xiaoqi moved her mouse over the envelope, and her face was in a dilemma. She had to admit that the experience just now had scared her. She was afraid that the treasure in the envelope was something that would make her doubt her life. Open it, not open it. After struggling for a while, Yin Xiaoqi clenched her teeth and opened the envelope. Suddenly, the flame on the screen seemed to be about to burst out, and the envelope slowly opened under the burning flame. "Congratulations! You've successfully passed all the levels. The following link is the wealth that I've given you. Enter that world and receive your exclusive reward. Hint: don't doubt, don't try to prove anything, just like what you've experienced in the last level. What is reality? What is illusion? Whatever you think it is, it's what it is." Reading the contents of the letter, Yin Xiaoqi's face showed a shocked expression. Why does this sound like a spam ad? After thinking for a while, Yin Xiaoqi clicked on the link to see what it was that made it sound so mysterious. However, before that, she decisively took off the virtual reality suit that she was wearing and kicked the virtual reality helmet away at the same time to prevent herself from falling into the trap again. After all, the previous encounter had traumatized her, and she was afraid that the link was also a trap. However, after clicking on the link, Yin Xiaoqi was even more confused. Slap! She slammed the keyboard fiercely, and a furious expression appeared on her face, because she felt that she had been fooled. After spending a few months of hard work, the treasure turned out to be this thing. At this moment, the screen displayed the download address of the game Battle Online. At the bottom of the game, there was a line of words. This game has been developed meticulously for 10 years, and its authenticity is close to 100%. This website explicitly states that there is no top-up entrance in this game. If it was possible, Yin Xiaoqi would like to see that old man who called himself Bailey again, and then give him a series of chokehold, eye-piercing, and scissors kicks. I've put in so much hard work, and it turns out to be a promotional advertisement for a game? It's fine if you give me millions of consolation money, but this treasure is too perfunctory and excessive. Yin Xiaoqi gritted her teeth in hatred, but she had nowhere to vent it. She felt that her little heart had been greatly stimulated. Ding! Download complete. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Yin Xiaoqi raised her head abruptly, and then realized that her computer had automatically downloaded the game. Am I infected with a virus? This was Yin Xiaoqi's first thought. Then, she quickly began to clean up the computer files, trying to find the hidden virus in the computer. However, no matter how hard she searched, she could not find the computer virus that might exist. In the end, Yin Xiaoqi had no choice but to clench her teeth and reformat the entire computer. However, after rebooting, Yin Xiaoqi was shocked to find that the game icon still appeared on the computer desktop. Was it another supernatural technology at work? After a moment of silence, Yin Xiaoqi shifted her gaze to the Battle Online icon on the computer desktop. She did not like to play games, and she had never paid attention to the matters of the gaming circle. However, she had to admit that she was curious about this game now. Do you think that I, Yin Xiaoqi, am afraid of death? Baring her canine teeth, Yin Xiaoqi stood up and picked up the virtual reality suit and virtual reality helmet that she had thrown on the ground. After putting on the suit, Yin Xiaoqi clicked on the interface, selected Battle Online, and started the game. She felt weightless, and when the image became clear again, a character selection interface appeared in front of Yin Xiaoqi's eyes. However, before she could see it clearly, the image changed again. Then, she realized that she had appeared in an unfamiliar world. Blood-colored drizzle, gusts of cold wind, pedestrians walking on the streets. Everything was so real, just like what she had experienced before. Could it be that I had been thrown into a new paradoxical world again? F***CK. Bailey, you old man. Chapter 240. Standing on the street of the mansion of the dead. Yin Xiaoqi gritted her teeth angrily. Even until now, Yin Xiaoqi had never thought that this was a real game. After all, everything was too realistic and could not be achieved with the current virtual technology. After trying to calm herself down, Yin Xiaoqi began to observe her surroundings, trying to find clues to solve the mystery of this level. Yin Xiaoqi's attentively scanning her surroundings immediately piqued the curiosity of a few players around her. Newbie, what's your class? Do you want to join our guild? Don't think that our guild is not doing well now. That's because we came late. We'll definitely make it into the top 100 guilds in the future. After all, our guild leader is. Listening to the man in front of her, Yin Xiaoqi began to analyze the hidden clues in his words. However, she soon felt that something was amiss. Dungeon, forming a party, farming monsters, leveling up. Although she did not play games much, she deduced a possibility from the man's words, and that was that this was really a game world. In order to verify this, She tried to summon the operation panel. Battle Online's game panel instantly appeared, neatly arranged with the shop, character panel, and other functions. Is this really a game? Yin Xiaoqi raised her head and asked the man in front of her with a serious expression. The man had a strange look on his face when he heard that. What do you mean? Yin Xiaoqi frowned and did not speak. Instead, she quickly ran toward the area where the players were concentrated. After half an hour of investigation, she confirmed her point of view from the few words exchanged by the players. However, Yin Xiaoqi still had a huge doubt in her heart. Why have I never heard of a game with such advanced technology? At this moment, Yin Xiaoqi suddenly recalled a piece of content that she had read on the dark web. It mentioned that there was a highly realistic game in the world, but the entrance to this game was very mysterious. Moreover, it was said that dying in the game would also cause damage to oneself in reality. At that time, Yin Xiaoqi scoffed at this piece of information, thinking that it was just a deceptive rumor. However, she suddenly believed it now. Moreover, she suspected that she was currently in the scene of that underground game. This made Yin Xiaoqi inexplicably nervous. After all, if she got hurt in the game, she would also get hurt in reality. This was no small matter. She was basically playing the game with her life. What are you thinking about? At this moment, a figure appeared beside her and looked at her with a smile. Bailey. Seeing the newcomer, Yin Xiaoqi took a cautious step back and got into a fighting stance. Don't overthink it. How can there be a game in reality where you get injured in the game and receive the same feedback in reality? Bailey, who had transformed into an old man, looked at Yin Xiaoqi and said with a smile, How do you explain such a high degree of realism? Yin Xiaoqi did not let down her guard at all. She lifted her right leg slightly, looking like she was going to kick at any time. Bailey held her forehead. Don't you know that there's a game called Battle Online? If you don't understand, perhaps you can try to understand? Really? Really? Then what about the treasure that you promised? Why is this game the final treasure? Yin Xiaoqi once again flashed her sharp canine teeth. Next, you will receive an ultimate mission. Complete it according to the steps, and you will obtain an unexpected reward. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed. Don't try to trick me again. I won't fall for it. I've never lied to you. Believe me, you'll love this gift. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Bailey shook her head. Don't ask why. Remember what I said before, whether it's real or illusory. It's whatever you think it is. From now on, your mission begins. Rely on your own talent to grow. Don't let me down. Under Yin Xiaoqi's astonished gaze, Bailey's figure drifted away with the wind. Game notification. Unlocking the first round of the ultimate chain mission. The beginning of greatness. Mission introduction. Build your own guild and become one of the top 1,000 popular guilds in Battle Online. Mission reward. An exclusive inherited character class. Hidden mission reward. Looking at the contents of the mission panel, Yin Xiaoqi was astonished. Although she was not interested in playing games, this completely realistic world did arouse her curiosity. She could not help but want to explore the secrets hidden in it. However, what she wanted to know now was whether such a game really existed in the market. Thinking of this, she clicked on the interface again and selected the option to exit the game. As the screen gradually dimmed, she returned to reality. Seeing that she could exit the game easily, Yin Xiaoqi's worries faded a lot. Then, she quickly went to the computer and began to search for information about Battle Online. As pieces of information appeared, Yin Xiaoqi fell into deep thought. Many game videos, expansion packs, strategy databases built by players themselves, monster atlases, and various analysis posts. All these information proved that this game really existed. However, a game with such a high degree of realism had actually appeared in this era, and had only been released for 5 months. This was truly shocking to her. Others might not be aware of the information contained within, but she thought of many aspects. First of all, Such a highly realistic game could be used for military simulations and various scientific research experiments. This was similar to a game called Eve, which provided a huge amount of data support for the Human Protein Atlas project. Such a technology with such great potential value was only used for a game. Yin Xiaoqi could not understand this. If she were to put herself in Battle Online's shoes, she would definitely build a huge business empire and apply this technology in various fields to create more value for herself. Therefore, she could not understand the actions of Battle Online. Also, who was that Bailey? Could she be a member of the research team of Battle Online? After pondering for a moment, Yin Xiaoqi, who could not figure it out, continued to search for relevant information, looking for clues. However, there was no information about the research team behind the game on the internet. She could not find any useful information, no matter how hard she tried. However, the more she learned about this game, the more curious she became. Because according to the description of the information, the game world was more exciting than one could imagine. It even mentioned that the strengthening of the body in the game could be synchronized with the feedback. This made Yin Xiaoqi's heart itch, and she could not help but want to experiment. After spending half a day to understand the various contents of Battle Online, Yi Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. Yin Xiaoqi came to a conclusion. The so-called final treasure was actually a slot for a special player. She did not have a character selection interface like other players when she entered the game, but there was an additional ultimate mission. As for the reward of the so-called inherited character class in the first round of the ultimate mission, Yin Xiaoqi was completely shocked after looking up the relevant information. This virtual item, known as the inherited character class, was priced as high as 50 million yuan. Many people were buying it online, but the transaction record was 0%. It was really a treasure. At this moment, Yin Xiaoqi's heart was restless, and she was eager to give it a try. Was building a powerful guild the first step of the mission? How could it stop me? Thinking of this, Yin Xiaoqi put on the virtual reality helmet again. This time, the hesitation in her heart was gone. All that was left was the ambition to achieve great things. Chapter 241. With Lu Wu and Bei Li's expectations, Yin Xiaoqi, an extremely talented person, officially joined the game Battle Online. She did not disappoint Lu Wu and Bei Li. Although she did not have a beginner class, she quickly figured out a set of methods to quickly kill monsters and level up in the early stages through the strategy posts of the professional players in the forum. In just 3 days, without buying any soul coins, she established her own guild in the game. Everything was as Bei Li had expected. She had begun to gradually reveal her talent in the game. Lu Wu and Bei Li would not be able to provide her with any help as to whether or not she could rely on her own talents to command Beiqi's troops in every foreign war. She could only rely on herself to slowly build up her prestige among the players. This was also a necessary step to continue the ultimate quest. Moreover, Lu Wu was sure that after knowing the contents of the hidden rewards after completing the ultimate quest, Yin Xiaoqi would definitely be firmly tied to his pirate ship made of Altman alloy. Recently, when Lu Wu was about to issue a strategic probe mission to the land of the 9 luminaries, bad news came from the European server. Although the territory of the European server had expanded a lot compared to before, the overall development was obviously accelerated. However, as time passed, Yuanqiu had already recruited most of the old troops of Changshu. Soon he would be integrating the military forces of the entire land of Changshu. When that time came, the strength of the Xiansu army would never be able to compete with Yuanqiu, unless all the players of Beiqi went to support them. At this time, the forum of the European server was already discussing countermeasures. High Delay Warrior, Europe. I think if we wait for Yuanqiu to integrate the army, we can retreat from the hidden dragon zone first and come back when we are stronger. Otherwise, we won't be able to defeat them. Star Universe, Europe. At this stage of the war, it's not a problem to deal with an army of ghost generals. However, if it's a joint army of several ghost kings and ghost generals, then we definitely have no hope of winning. We can consider retreating. Knight of the Abyss, Europe. In fact, as players, unlimited resurrection is our biggest advantage. We will definitely win if we fight a war of attrition. We can choose to retreat and develop first. The Flash, Europe. Don't. I have feelings for the Hidden Dragon area. I don't want to leave. Let's fight to the death. Don't we still have our brothers in Bakey? Another expedition will do. Crayon_Shinchan replied to the Flash. We're also looking forward to the return of the expedition. However, because Yuan-Shu's strength has reached the Ghost Emperor realm, we won't be able to defeat him in a direct confrontation. However, it's still possible to wear down their military strength with a few more waves. Laughing emoji. Now, the European server players were very worried about the possible arrival of Yuan-Shu's army. Many players expressed their opinions. Basically, they were either evacuating or hoping that the Bakey Expeditionary Army would come to their aid and defend with their lives. However, with Yuan-Shu's strength, even the original server players were not optimistic that they could defend the Hidden Dragon Army. After all, they had witnessed the combat prowess of a Ghost Emperor, and the current strength of the players was definitely no match for it. Just when the European server players were at their wits' end, a player posted a suggestion thread. Soon after, this suggestion thread quickly became a hot topic among the players of the European server and the original server, regarding the possibility of a war between the army of Xian Su and Yuan-Shu. I have a suggestion. Everyone can refer to it. Author, Yin Xiaoqi, is a big sister. Subject, I'm a newbie. Before participating in the discussion of this topic, I've looked through many videos and information to understand the specific situation of the European server at this stage. The cause of everything is Hu He, the great demon king's daily digging of natural disasters. I've also learned more about Hu He, the great demon king. Let me first pay my respects to Hu He, the great demon king. His ability to cause trouble is maxed out. He's really amazing. However, did anyone notice a problem? The natural disasters that are Hu He, the great demon king, often dig out are indiscriminate. As long as it's a living creature, it will devour it. Extending from this question, what if we let Hu He, the great demon king, out in the land of Tsangshu and let him unleash his destructive talent at will, digging out a large number of natural disasters that have been sealed since ancient times? At this stage, if Yuan-Shu wants to unify the land of Tsangshu, it is inevitable that he will destroy the army of Xian Su. However, at this time there are many natural disasters that are a greater threat to his territory. What will he do? If you're Yuan-Shu and a large-scale natural disaster breaks out when you're about to unify the land of Tsangshu, would you first suppress the natural disasters that have a greater impact on your rule over Tsangshu, or let the natural disasters wreak havoc and suppress the extremely weak army of Xian Su first? The basis of my opinion is that Yuan-Shu doesn't know the potential of the players, and he doesn't know that the players can be resurrected. In fact, Yuan-Shu really doesn't understand the players. Therefore, I'll make a suggestion here. Close the door. Magnify the great demon king. The appearance of this suggestion post immediately caused quite a stir in the local server and the European server. Crayon_Shinchan. Awesome. Awesome. Why didn't I think of that? Fight fire with fire, relying on the tumor to dig out the natural disasters to contain Yuan-Shu. I give this suggestion full marks. It's definitely feasible. High delay warrior, Europe, sure. Moreover, our army of Xian Su can take advantage of the natural disasters to speed up our development. I agree. Knight of the Abyss, Europe, I agree. If I were Yuan-Shu, I would definitely suppress the natural disasters first. After all, the army of Xian Su is just a weak force that has occupied the Hidden Dragon District. It's not worth mentioning. Shuali_the_strongest. 666, is the OP really a newbie? You've thought it through. This move of fighting fire with fire is really useful. Invincible_loneliness. The OP thinks from a tricky angle. Are you interested in joining our Myth Guild to develop? Handshake, Yin Xiaoqi, is a domineering lady. Watermelon_Toro. I have my own guild. Let me make an advertisement. My guild's name is Battle. We only accept elite players who can pass my assessment. Yay. Watermelon_Taro. The great Demon King can finally show his prowess in front of the expectations of the people. This time, dig as much as you can. The great Demon King will probably be very happy. Laughing emoji. Taoist_zombie_hunter. Have you guys asked me? Is it really okay to make a decision on my own? I refuse. I swore that I would never dig again. I'm already traumatized. Squatting in a corner. JPG Crayon_Shinchan replied to Taoist_zombie_hunter. I'm giving you a look full of justice backstabbing. Feel it yourself. Laughing emoji. Under the repeated persuasion of the players and the guarantee that they would let him out of the safe zone and that there would be no interference from the justice backstabbing, our great Demon King, who he finally gave in. He decided to take action, personally, and turn the land of Tsangshu upside down. In fact, who he had long wanted this day to come. The reason why he declined and refused was to wait for the players to give him a follow-up guarantee. Moreover, he could resume his old business of digging up corpses and seals. Needless to say, who he was overjoyed. Therefore, on this day, who he puffed out his chest, raised his shovel, and stepped out of the halo of the resurrection point amidst the cheers of the European server players. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside the resurrection point, whose face revealed an intoxicated expression. He had already forgotten how many days and nights he had spent in the resurrection point. Finally, such days had come to an end. From now on, I'm the savior. Chapter 242. Battle Official Forum. The live streaming section was extremely lively. One of the live streaming rooms had a horrifying number of over 9 million viewers. It could be said that most of the players in the game had come to this live streaming room to watch the live stream. That was because this time the most lethal villain who he was going to live stream the excavation of the seal. As requested by the majority of the players, I will live stream the excavation of the seal. This time I represent justice. I am the savior. In the live streaming room, who he held a shovel in his right hand and a compass in his left. He was walking in a swamp area. Beep, beep, beep. Accompanied by the sound of the compass, who he stopped in his tracks. Cha-Na's zombie spirit immediately took a step forward, took over the shovel from Hu He, and started digging with all its might. The players in the live streaming room were looking forward to it. Although they had always heard about Hu He's destructive power, it was their first time watching a live stream. They were filled with curiosity. Under Hu He's command, Cha-Na's zombie spirit dug with all its might. In a short while, a black cave was dug out in the muddy ground. This time Hu He, who had no psychological burden, looked at the cave and chuckled. He then took out his searchlight and other tools and leaped into the cave. After landing, Hu He began to explore the environment. The interior was like an underground palace. The ground was covered in moss and cracked green stone slabs. The searchlight's light could not reach the end after scanning around. The surroundings looked extremely empty. Although the zombie energy index is not as high as when I dug Yuanshu, it's still relatively high. There's definitely a big zombie here. I have to confirm if there's a seal here, Hu He said as he raised the searchlight and moved forward. The stench of decay is heavy in the air, and it's slightly poisonous. This underground palace must have been built a long time ago, and judging from the toxicity in the air, I suspect that the poisonous swamp above was caused by this tomb. Lu Li said, listening to Hu He's explanation. The players' gazes followed Hu He's footsteps and moved forward. Needless to say, the players were impressed by Hu He's professionalism. His explanation along the way had also broadened their horizons. After walking for about 10 minutes, Hu He found a wall covered in rust. There were many strange characters carved on the wall. Because these runes were severely damaged, even a divine artifact could not decipher their contents. However, what piqued the curiosity of Hu He and the players were the 6 pearls emitting a dark luster embedded in the center of the wall. Demon Sealing Formation seal. Item details. High-level seal array formed by an arrangement of 6 demon sealing orbs. It cannot be broken without a specific method. Breaking it by force will trigger a taboo set by the person who laid the array. Damage 0. 1% who he frowned when he saw the item's information. The seal this time was different from the others. It even set up a taboo to prevent destruction. He had seen this kind of seal in ancient books and had an impression of it. If he forcefully destroyed it, not only would he not be able to break the seal, he might even be sent back to the respawn point. Seeing that who he was deep in thought, the players in the forum became lively. Crayon_Shinchan. Is it that difficult to dig out the seal? I thought it would be over with a shovel. Funny. Shuali_the_strongest. Go, Demon King. You're the best. Watermelon_Taro. I suspect that he is a grave robber in real life. Call the police. Laughing emoji. After reading the comments, he shifted his attention back to the demon sealing formation. This was the first time he had encountered such a seal. For a moment, he did not know how to deal with it. However, it was not as if there was no other way. He opened the photo album and started flipping through the ancient books. The secret book of the zombie spirit sect recorded many techniques used by the seniors of the zombie spirit sect to deal with special seals during grave excavation. After flipping through the pages, he found a page that was written about how to break and deal with the demon sealing formation. After a careful look, he stood up and walked to the front of the demon sealing formation. He pressed his right hand on the demon sealing orb in the middle and began to push it down slowly. While the players were curious, he moved the 6 demon sealing orbs back and forth according to the method recorded in the ancient books. The luster on the surface of the demon sealing orb flickered and dimmed as he tried. About 5 minutes later, when he moved the demon sealing orb at the bottom to the middle position, all 6 demon sealing orbs flashed at the same time. Kacha! Several cracks appeared on the 6 demon sealing orbs. A thick green mist spread out from the cracks. He took a step back decisively. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the underground palace began to shake. Under the astonished expressions of the viewers in the live streaming channel, the rusty wall slowly split open from the center and moved to both sides. When they saw the interior of the wall, both he and the players widened their eyes. Inside the wall was a huge green pool. Inside the pool were densely packed monsters that looked half human and half beast. At a glance, there were at least a few thousand of them, and this was only an estimate as far as the eye could see. Under the corrosion of the green liquid in the pool, the bodies of these hideous monsters quickly melted and turned into skeletons. However, this was not what shocked he and the players. It was the fact that these skeleton-like monsters would quickly regrow their bodies and rebuild their bodies. Shebi Zombie Clan. Character details. An ancient clan from the land of limited void. Cursed by the ancient gods, they lost their 3 souls and 7 spirits. Their flesh is immortal and they are in constant pain. Only by devouring the flesh and souls of others can they relieve this pain. Status. Unconscious seeing the information of these creatures, he grinned while the players in the forum cheered. Crayon_Shinchan. Awesome. After watching the whole live stream, I think we can't let this guy live. Let's first trick him into solving the crisis in the land of Tsangshu, then seal him with the resurrection point. It's too scary. Laughing emoji. Shuali_the_strongest. Awesome, awesome. Looking for the big tomb and breaking the seal. He's very skillful, but at the same time, there's an inexplicable sense of danger. Watermelon_Taro. The Great Devil King is really scary. No wonder he's recognized by the players as the most lethal villain. Laughing emoji. Cheated_8,000 yuan. After watching the whole live stream, I want to say that I can't rest easy until the Great Devil King is sealed. But this time, we can dig without worry because it's what the people want. Laughing emoji. Taoist_zombie_hunter. You guys promised that you can't go back on your words." After seeing the players promise again, Hui felt more at ease. He then shifted his gaze to the pool in front of him. Now that the demon ceiling formation was broken, it would be easy to wake up the Shebi zombie clan. As the players looked at him expectantly, Hui took out a stereo from the channel. After pressing a few buttons on it, the lights on the stereo started flashing and explosive music started playing. Waves began to rise in the green pool. The players watching were speechless.